It's all right. We are recording, so and it's 7 o'clock, so you are ready to go.
Okay. First question. I am assuming that we do not have a new member of the commission to fill
No,
Mr. Commissioner
not-
Dickman's spot. Okay.
Not today. Hopefully next month.
Okay. Well, at this point, then I'll call to order the Corcoran Planning Commission for April 1, 2021, and we'll go through our roll call. Commissioner Jacobs here. Commissioner Scholak.
Here.
Commissioner Variance.
Here.
And Commissioner Wu.
Here.
Okay, good. All right. For those that would like to partake, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Okay, item 3, the agenda approval. Natalie, you informed us earlier this week that the Sherber item 6D.
Correct. Yeah. So the applicant, T. Sherber Demolition and Excavating, last I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, Kendra, they did request to table their application until the May 6th meeting.
That is correct.
Okay, now they are still on the agenda tonight because the Planning Commission will, of course, have to take a motion and vote on tabling said item. So it is still on the agenda and we'll deal with it in its due course.
But for anybody who might be on the line for that item, Mr. Chair, a reminder that the public hearing will be with a presentation next month.
Okay, well, that's at least what it's scheduled is for next month.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, and the next month will be, I believe, the 8th
The 6th, I believe.
or the 6th.
Yes, the 6th.
Okay, so for anybody, again, out there that is here for that hearing, it'll be tabled until our public hearing on May 6th. Okay, any other changes or questions to the agenda? Okay, not hearing any, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended or as stated.
I'll make that motion. Shulak.
Second, Variance.
Okay. Roll call. Chair Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Variance,
Yay.
and Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, so the agenda is approved 4-0. Okay, open forum. Now this is an opportunity for anyone to interested in speaking in open forum, but we'll remind you that this is for speaking on items that are not currently on the agenda. So if you are in attendance here tonight to speak to one of the items under new business, you'll have to, if you could, please just wait to enter your comments at that time when it is up for our review. So with that being said, Natalie will give you instructions if you would like to speak to something on open forum. And Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd like to participate in the open forum, please raise your hand. If you're joining us by phone, this can be done by pressing *9. If you're joining us via Zoom on your computer, the raise your hand function can be accessed via the reactions button, which is located on the toolbar along the bottom of your screen. Some tablets and mobile devices will have the raise hand function under the participants tab. We do ask that all comments are kept to a 5-minute time limit. And I will call on each speaker.
Thank you, Natalie. So we'll give it a few seconds here to see if anybody raises their hand, so to speak.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone raising their hand at this time.
Okay, good. Well, then we will move on. Item number 5, the minutes from March 4th, 2021. Does anybody have any questions, comments, corrections to the minutes from last month?
Not I.
I don't have any. Meredith?
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Commissioner Variance?
Nope, everything's great.
All right, I'll take a motion to approve the minutes from March 4th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from March 4th. Wood.
All right, I'll second that. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Shoreland,
Aye.
Commissioner Variance,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, the minutes are approved. Thank you very much. Okay. The meat and potatoes time. Item 6, new business. So now, again, it says here that we're going to ask anybody interested in speaking on new business, which is not a public hearing. Again, I'm a little unfamiliar with why we do that and not in open forum. Natalie's is.
So, Mr. Chair, item 6E is a variance request and is technically not, or it is not a public hearing. So since it's a new business item, this would be the chance for someone to comment on that particular item.
Okay, now I did meet with the applicant today when I was out on a site review. And I know they had indicated to me that they were going to be in attendance. And so if it's all right with the rest of the commissioners and with our professional staff, I'd like to maybe reserve comment from them until we take up their item later this evening, as then we can discuss that in more detail. Anybody got an objection to that?
No.
Okay. All right, is there anybody, Natalie, that's raising their hand to speak under new business that's not a public hearing?
No, I didn't really have it. I didn't really explain it though quite yet. So anyone that was hoping to speak at this point, please feel free to raise your hand. *9 if you're joining us by phone, computers, via the reactions tab or the participants tab. And we can just give them a couple seconds. All right, and we'll wait for the chair to come back real quick.
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just,
Okay. I don't,
I'm just grabbing the packet for our next item.
okay. I don't see anyone currently raising their hand to speak. And I just got a message from someone saying that they'll reserve their comments for later. So I think that was to what you were saying, Chair. So we are set to go.
Okay, good. All right, moving on then to item 6A, public hearing. Rezoning preliminary PUD development plan and preliminary plat for Cook Lake Highlands at 19220 County Road 10. And Kendra, if you would be so kind to share your presentation with us, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a public hearing for Cook Lake Highlands. And if it looks familiar, it's because you saw a different version of this application last month. This is on the eastern border of the city, north of County Road 10. This is Lions Park. Excuse me. This is the new townhouse development in Maple Grove. The applicant, as you may recall, has submitted several concept plans to the city in the last 2 years for informal city council review. And at the last planning commission meeting, the commission voted 4-0 to recommend denial of the plan as presented at that meeting. The applicant took the comments received at that public hearing and revised their application and submitted a revised application. So this is a new public hearing. We sent new notices and published this new notice to the paper. The big change to the plan is the elimination of the market rate apartments and keeping the trail, existing trail where it was. There are a number of nuanced changes that go along with that, but those are the two significant changes that drive the rest of the changes. So because we looked at it last week and you're familiar with the site, I will slide pretty quickly through some of the background stuff and go to the plan itself. The property is guided mixed residential and zoned mixed residential. It's in the Shoreland Overlay District for Cook Lake. And there's a FEMA floodplain in the northern portion of the site, again, aligning with the wetland shoreland up there. And there's a high quality maple basswood forest in the northeast portion of the site and a potential rare species identified as the potential for landing stroke. Again, here's the site at the top of the red arrow. The request in front of you is still the rezoning from mixed residential RMF2 to planned unit development or PUD. And so when we have a planned unit development request, we use the underlying zoning district as a base for evaluation. And all of the uses proposed are allowed in that district except the assisted living memory care. So the co-op and apartments and villas and daycare are all allowed. And it would be appropriate for the city to find that a memory care unit that people live in is appropriate in a residential PUD. Because a PUD is a negotiated zoning district, it establishes the specific zoning standards for this particular development. And when you review that, the city is reviewing it to promote a more creative development or a development that could not otherwise be possible without the flexibility provided by the PUD. So the PUD flexibility is for excuse me, from the shoreland standards for minimum lot size and lot width for the villa units, for the side yard setbacks for the villa units, for the height standards for the senior co-op, for the shoreland impervious surface coverage, the parking stall length, and to have a 6-foot tall fence in the front yard setback where only 4 feet is allowed. In exchange for that flexibility, the applicant is providing additional landscaping beyond the ordinance minimum standards, additional right-of-way for County 10 for future improvements, dedication of a lot for a future city booster station, easements for both the city and the Metropolitan Council utilities and access to those utilities, and a mix of land uses that wouldn't be possible under standard zoning. I want to note there was a lot of discussion at the last meeting about density. The new plan reduced the density from 9.27 units an acre to 5.3 units per acre, a pretty dramatic change in the density. Again, that's based on pre-development density. That's how we calculate density for compliance with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan requires 8 to 10 units per acre in the mixed residential zoning district. So if the city were to approve this plan, it would require a comprehensive plan amendment to down guide the property from mixed residential to medium density residential, which would allow a 5 to 8 unit per acre land use. So the change to reduce the density resulted in a most significant change that now would result in the change in the comprehensive plan. This is the new plan. Again, County Road 10 here, the border with Maple Grove here, the entrance, Fur Lane entrance into the Bass Lake Crossing development, which that's this street would extend through development as a new public street, and a new public cul-de-sac would be added to serve 20, what's proposed as 20 villa homes where 12 were previously shown. Previously, the villa homes were just on the west side of the cul-de-sac, and now they wrap around. The co-op remains in this location. The uses are separated by this pond, which was removed from this northwest corner and moved into here. And then we've got the memory care and the daycare on the south side of the new road with some ponding down there as well. The northwest corner of the site is proposed to have a trail looping here that would connect with this existing trail that was built as part of Bass Lake Crossing. So we heard a lot about the need for that trail to remain. This plan does allow that trail to remain and proposes to expand that trail loop in this area. Again, the mix of uses, we talked a little bit about that change, 20 single-family villa homes where there were 12. Staff notes in the staff report, though, that lots 11 and 12 at the end of that cul-de-sac are what we euphemistically refer to as flag lots, lots that don't meet the minimum lot width. We have a 50-foot minimum lot width requested at the setback line is how we measure it. And so those two lots here and here, you can see there's this little flagpole that sort of provides the access back to the lots. And staff is recommending that one of those lots be removed, which would allow the remaining lot to comply with the lot width standards. The 102 senior co-op units that you saw last month remain, as well as the daycare and the assisted living memory care. The applicant's narrative indicates that they have a different end user proposed for that memory care unit, but the building itself remains essentially the same. This site is in the Shoreland Overlay District. The Shoreland Overlay District covers basically the whole site. And PUD flexibility is requested from the building height, lot width, and impervious surface coverage standards for the shoreland. In the shoreland, we have a 25-foot building height limit and a 25% impervious surface limit. And again, the Shoreland Overlay District applies equally to places like Lake Minnetonka, where you can actually use the lake, and this wetland, which is defined as a lake. The table that was in your staff report is intended to highlight the areas where some flexibility from the lot standards is required or is requested in red here. So the lot size, the lot width, the side yard setback, and the maximum building height. The daycare, I showed you previously that the 6-foot fence is encroaching into the front yard setback where 4 feet's allowed. The applicant has verbally agreed to just pull that fence back, that 6-foot fence back to the 25-foot setback. And if that's done, it would then comply and no longer need that PUD flexibility. Last month, the plan had a number of very significant retaining walls. The number of those retaining walls and the size of those retaining walls has been reduced, but there are still some significant retaining walls on this site. In particular, on the north end of the site, there's a retaining wall that still remains at about 9 feet tall. There's a lot of grade change across the site, and in particular, if you recall, there's the canyon is not the word I'm looking for, but the canyon that runs through the center of the site. So there is some grading that requires the larger retaining walls. Again, so the pond moved out of this area in order to provide more tree preservation and shifted into this area and here. This was the fence. They'll just clip the corner of this fence, so that will be in compliance. They did move the pickleball court that was once in the front yard setback and move that out and change it to a bocce ball court that's meeting the setback requirements. This box is the city booster station, so that is being deeded as part of the project. The co-op remains, as I said, largely the same, with a main entrance coming in here into this large parking lot and a fire lane that would wrap around the building and would use this existing Met Council access as part of that fire lane. That could serve as a pedestrian route for the folks in the neighborhood. There is a trail that runs the north side of this new street and then connects to the trail here, and a sidewalk on the south side of the street that will also connect down to 10. There is a sidewalk on the east side of this cul-de-sac. Staff recommends, again, removing one of the flag lots and then making a trail connection from this cul-de-sac to connect with that trail, so homeowners wouldn't have to go all the way down to the street around to get on the trail. The pedestrian connection with the grade changes that once connected the apartments to the marketplace apartment has been eliminated to avoid another trail connection in a side or a rear yard for the single family villas. The utilities will be on sewer and water. And one of the PUD benefits noted by the applicant is that they're working with the Met Council and the city to provide access to that Met Council lift station. And they will donate a lot for the city booster station. The city will be designing, bid, and managing the improvements needed at County Road 10 intersection, but the developer will pay for them. You remember last time we were suggesting that this driveway and this driveway should be aligned because of the amount of traffic. With the removal of the marketplace apartment and that traffic, the city engineer is less concerned about the alignment. Certainly remains our preference, but is not included as a condition of approval. However, we have included a condition requiring that the applicant provide a pedestrian crossing at some point. My guess is at this point, in generally this location, to ensure there's a safe pedestrian crossing from the north side of the street to the south side of the street. Again, this is just the site plan and highlighting the booster station site. You can see some of the retaining walls highlighted on here. We still have a little bit there, and we have some retaining walls back here as well as back here, and some smaller ones scattered in a few spots. They are still asking for some flexibility on the parking, frankly, pretty minor flexibility to allow 18, not 8.5 foot parking stall depth. All other parking standards are being met, and that is just the one request on the parking. Stormwater, I mentioned, has been moved primarily to the center of the site to allow open space preservation in the northwest corner. There's still some minor details to be worked through on the wetland mitigation plan. They're working with the city as the local government authority on that. This image is the new tree removal plan. So the tree removal is limited to this area. If you remember the previous plan, it extended up into this area. That means preservation increases from 11% of the wooded areas to 30% of the wooded areas. Again, we don't have a tree preservation ordinance. We encourage tree preservation. And as part of a PUD, that's one of the things the city can negotiate in exchange for PUD flexibility. The landscaping complies with the ordinance requirements. The building design still generally appears to be in compliance, but we just don't have enough detailed information about the buildings themselves yet. If the council supports the project, we would ensure that we have final design prior to the final PUD plan coming back to the Planning Commission. But the images do suggest compliance. The co-op is still a 4-story building, which requires some PUD flexibility. The building architecture is consistent with our Southeast District standards, design standards, excuse me, which looks for sort of a prairie agrarian style architecture. And they've done a nice job on these renderings of providing that for the Applewood Point Co-op. The, oops, I'm sorry, it's not the apartments. This is the villa units. The applicant is suggesting that it may be MI Homes doing that. And so we'd send a product to what we see in Bass Lake Crossings to the west. New Horizons Daycare is the proposed daycare provider. I think while the architecture is attractive, it could be modified to be more in line with our Southeast design standards in terms of those themes that we look for. But the quality of the materials is consistent with our basic ordinance standards. And then, as I mentioned, the applicant suggested a new tenant may take over the assisted living memory care facility. And these are some renderings that you didn't see last time from that potential new provider, which includes a lot of stone, a lot of variety in the building materials to make an interesting building that does appear to at least provide a nod to the architectural character that Southeast design guidelines are looking for. We talked already about the sidewalk and trail locations. And again, staff's recommendation that the trail should connect from the cul-de-sac to that public trail. And Planning Commission, if you may want to talk about that. The emergency fire access, as I said, can also be used for pedestrian use. There were questions last time. That will be blocked so that because it's so wide, it'll have some bollards or a fence so that vehicles can't drive down there other than authorized vehicles, but it'll be open so that it's still available for bicyclists and pedestrians to use. I said the plan has been revised to keep the trail on the west, and the applicant is proposing dedication of a 9.6 acre outlot C to the city. That outlot C actually includes the whole wetland area and that new ponding area. Staff's recommendation is that we wouldn't want those for park dedication, but there's probably 3 or 4 acres of park that could be accepted in the northwest corner. That park, as I said, contains a trail loop. If the site were subject to park dedication, they would be for land, they'd be required to dedicate 5.9 acres. The Parks Commission will review this on April 15th. At that meeting, they'll provide a recommendation that we will forward to the City Council. In general, the city takes parkland when it is shown on its comprehensive plan. This park area is not shown on the comprehensive plan. The city does have the discretion, if it finds value in the parkland, to accept a public park, even if it's not on the comprehensive plan. You might remember that we did that with Tavera. There was no neighborhood park shown in Tavera, and when we looked at it, we felt like the number of units warranted acceptance of the park as proposed by Lennar. So those are the standards that the Parks Commission will look at. I think from a Planning Commission perspective, we really want to kind of wait and let them weigh in on that. If it were not park dedication, that land would all be owned and maintained by the developer under a master association. Again, a park dedication would be 5.9 acres if it were land, $421,000 if it were cash, but it could be a combination of the two to meet the park dedication requirements. So that's where that is at. You can see Outlot C extends over Cook Lake into this park area and down into this pond area. And as I say, if the city were likely to accept it, you know, I don't think we'd be interested in the park, in the pond as part of our parkland. The developer is responsible for maintaining stormwater ponds. So if that were to happen, that would be something to consider at the Parks Commission meeting. This is the plat. Again, the plat just creates the lot lines. It shows very nicely the fact that the Met Council did take land from this landowner for the lift station, or the lift station here. Land is being given to the city for a substation here. And then we have the 2 lots here, the co-op lot and the 21 or the 20 lots for the villas. This outlot to the south is under different ownership, but it does provide a stub street so that that does have access. If that should develop in the future, that would have access here. So again, just as a comparison, for a reminder, on the left here is the March plan that the Planning Commission reviewed. The applicant took the comments from the Planning Commission and the public hearing and revised the plan to try to address the concerns identified by the Planning Commission by eliminating the apartment and moving the pond from the northwest corner into the center in order to preserve more trees in this northwest corner and provide the villa homes as a transition to the existing homes to the west. The city has a high level of discretion in approving or denying a PUD. You need to find that the purpose and intent of the PUD as outlined in the ordinance have been met. And as we did last month, we've drafted resolutions with conditions that could approve the plan with conditions included in order to comply with the ordinance requirements. Those are the conditions we add, is making sure that the conditions bring it into compliance if it moves ahead. And that does result in some significant site plan changes and the need for a land use guide plan amendment, a comprehensive plan amendment. But as we did last time, we've also prepared a resolution for denial if the Planning Commission believes that the purpose and intent of the PUD is still not met. This is a public hearing, and I want to note that in the packet were a number of public comments. We forwarded all the comments we received about the March plan. We did not actually receive any comments on the new public hearing notice related to the April plan. But the commission does have all of the March comments that we received. We should open the public hearing and take comments. And then again, you have 2 options. The first option has 4 items included in it where you to recommend approval, or if you recommend denial, it's a single resolution that denies the request and provides draft findings of fact for your consideration. So with that, Mr. Chair, I do know the applicant again has a presentation that they would like to do. I don't know if you want them to do that before the public hearing or after the public hearing, or how you want to handle that, Mr. Chair.
Well, I know last time they presented before. And because I'm sure that there might be some points that might be brought out before we open it up to the public and as well for commission discussion, it might be more advantageous to have them present now instead of at the end. Any commissioners disagree with that or have any other thoughts? Okay, so I would, Natalie, if you could bring up whoever's representing the applicant.
Yes, perfect. Beth, I see that you've unmuted yourself. Feel free to go ahead.
Thanks, Natalie. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission and staff. Kendra, thanks. I don't need to reiterate everything that you have said. You did a very thorough job. If you could, Kendra, just put up that the color rendering, I will just refer to that. The one you used it was the color. I think it's the second one. Yeah, the second slide. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you know what? Could we have you state your name, your full name?
Yes.
Just for the record, Beth.
Yes, no, thank you. I was going to say, I am Beth Husted with Trek Development. And thank you for hearing hearing me out this evening. We did listen. We met with you and presented to you on the 4th, as Kendra said. I did listen to what the neighbors' concerns were, and I did listen to the commissioner's concerns. So I do believe that we have made some significant changes, and they were specifically in response to the concerns that were expressed on that evening, March 4th. And as a result of those changes, as Kendra said, we will be needing to request a comprehensive guide plan change from mixed residential to the medium density residential. We have removed from the center of the site the 3-story 84-unit multifamily apartment building, and we replaced it with, as Kendra said, 8 single-family lots. When we moved the storm pond from the northwest portion of the property, we accomplished several things. The ability to leave the property undisturbed, to reduce the grading significantly, because there was a significant amount of grading that needed to be done in order to create that pond in that location. And we did reduce some of the retaining walls, and we also reduced the tree loss significantly. And I sense that from the last meeting that there was a concern about the calculations of the tree preservation. And I do believe that we provided a detailed tree survey that had been performed by an engineering firm. So we are hopefully accurate on what we are saying we are preserving as far as tree cover. But it allows us the opportunity to provide and to dedicate park land and to preserve some of the natural area and allow for the community and the neighbors to enjoy that area. It's a beautiful piece of property. After the Planning Commission, I've walked the site and I've dealt with the site for 3 years now, but I spent some time out on the site walking it. I walked the entire circumference of it. And I think it is a nice opportunity. And so we have not met with Parks, and we will do that in 2 weeks, but we would really like to have it dedicated as park, because we feel that it will remain, if it's dedicated, it will remain open space, and it will not potentially run the risk of ever being developed. So that would be something that we would like to do. And then Kendra, you mentioned the flag lots, and the reason that we are requesting those 2 flag lots, and I'm sure that you're familiar with flag lots, and I'm sure that there have been other single family subdivisions. They're fairly common, they're not unusual, but we needed to shift the cul-de-sac to the east in order to keep the trail where it is. And in order to do that, we just are requesting some flexibility on those 2 frontages of those lots. So we would like to be able to keep what we were able to fit there, which is 20 lots. Those flag lots are actually, and some of the lots along the cul-de-sac are actually larger, nice, larger lots. They just have those narrow flag entrances and frontages. So the other item that I just wanted to mention is I've noted on this plan in red the easements that have been dedicated. The Schomer family dedicated along the north an easement for sanitary and also for water coming from the north and coming from the west from Bass Lake Crossing. So it enabled Bass Lake Crossings to have access to the lift station and get their utilities through that area. And also from the south, we have the easements that Kendra mentioned, which is the Met Council easement for both infrastructure and pipes and for access, and then also the easement for infrastructure and pipes along the 15 feet east of that for the city. I have not identified on here On the southern piece of the property, we will be also required to dedicate an additional 20 feet. So a total of 60 feet for the improvement of Bass Lake Crossing. Now, most of the other property owners will be required to dedicate 40 feet along there. But we were asked to help that. Apparently the original design has a safety issue with that curve. And so by dedicating an additional 20 feet, we're able to help them resolve a safety concern. So then the final comment that I'd like to make, and Kendra, maybe I think you have them for the Applewood. Alex Hall from United Properties and Applewood is here this evening if you have any questions for him. But we have, their architect prepared a perspective. This is looking north from CASA 10, County Road 10, and Brockton Lane, the new intersection. This building sits about 1.5 football fields away from the existing County Road 10. So you can see the daycare there. And then you can see in the distance, the near distance, 1.5 football fields away would be the Applewood. So it does sit back on the site. It is not up against the road and is, for that reason, much less imposing. And that was intentional. Then from the Applewood building is approximately 2.5 football fields from the existing Bass Lake Crossings neighborhood. And that is just the last few items that I wanted to clarify. But thank you. I appreciate your time this evening, and I hope that you feel that we have listened to you, and we do care about the area, and we care about the neighbors, and we care about developing a high quality project. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Beth. And you get the award for trying in the quickest way I've ever seen. Needless to say, I was shocked when I looked at the packet and I saw you guys up there on it again, and I had to call Natalie and ask her why. And so kudos to you and your team for responding as quickly as you did. So, all right. I apologize, everybody, but I'm going to have to step outside. I hear a noise out there like someone's banging a sledgehammer on my driveway. So I'm going to just step away for a few minutes before we open the public hearing. I hope you don't mind. This will just be very quick, but I got to go. It's driving me nuts here as to what that banging is. So I will be right back if you don't mind.
Natalie, everybody else, I've got noises outside my house, but they're trumpeter swans. So I don't need, I'm not concerned whatsoever.
Very cool.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better than a sledgehammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It'd be nice if the sun would stay up just a little bit longer so I could watch them a little bit more.
Okay, Natalie, note to self, we need some music for some on-hold music next time we take a break.
I like that idea. That'll be my project tomorrow. Just kidding.
You see if I can crack a window and we can hear the trumpeters a little bit louder.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry about, so I figured it out. And I don't know, it just sounded differently here tonight, but we have a robin who for this whole week has been all day long, flies into the windows all over around the house. And we can't figure it out, but he just over and over and over again, all day. It's the weirdest thing. So if anybody has any idea why that's happening, let me know, but okay. Thank you again for your patience. All right, let's move on then to, we'll open the public hearing. And if Beth, I know I'll have some questions later on. So when we get to our commission discussion and stuff, if you could hang around, we'll certainly direct those questions to you at that point. So at this point, the public hearing is open and Natalie will give you instructions as to what to do to get the podium, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of us, or for those of you who have joined since the first public comment opportunity, if you'd like to participate, please raise your hand. This can be done by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. On your computer, it should be through the reactions button along the bottom toolbar of your screen. But some tablets and mobile devices, the raise hand function is found under the participants tab. We do ask that all comments are kept at a 5-minute time limit, and I will call on each speaker so that you know when to speak. And for starters, we do have some hands raised already. Steve Mueller, go ahead. I'm going to ask that you're unmuted and start with your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening and thank you to this Chair and Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Mueller, 7474 Fur Lane North. I'm a homeowner in Bass Lake Crossing and can summarize the thoughts for the vast majority of our neighbors. We are very concerned about Cook Lake Highland and its impact on our homes, our neighborhood, and our home values. So here we are with Cook Lake Highlands for round 3 in the last 8 months. Round 1 was a concept meeting with the City Council in August 2020, and round 2 was a March 4th Planning Commission meeting. So far, Beth Husted of Trek Development has not fully considered all the previous comments or suggestions that might help her move forward. She could then develop Cook Lake Highlands in an appropriate, practical, and environmental manner. First, however, we do want to commend Trek on the first part of the latest revision. It is an excellent first step by eliminating the apartments and adding more single-family homes. However, there still remains the same concerns and objections. We will start with the commercial memory care and commercial daycare. We have requested no rezoning to commercial. At the last meeting, Kendra said that by putting a commercial memory care in a PUD, it can now be in residential zoning. And a commercial daycare could ironically also be in residential zoning. However, I think we should all comply with the vision of the 2040 comp plan. Page 46 clearly states an overview of all zoning classifications and gives examples. Read page 46 under mixed residential zoning. I guarantee you will not see the previous apartments, commercial daycare, or commercial memory care. They are all designated in other zoning sites. We requested no rezoning to commercial. You can spin it any way you want, but with 62 parking spaces, these are commercial buildings conducting a business in a residential zone. Before we address the 4-story Applewood Senior Co-op, we should probably look at the surrounding developments on Cook Lake. There are 2 other very recent developments on Cook Lake, both in the city of Maple Grove. The first development is called Edgewater on Cook Lake and is right next to the proposed Cook Lake Highlands. It consists of 58 single-family homes. Maple Grove's Edgewater on Cook Lake did comply with the Shoreland zoning. Single-family homes were built for the height requirement, and they created large open spaces in the buffer zone to meet the environmental restrictions. So now please keep this in mind. Cook Lake Highlands will be entirely surrounded by single-family homes. Bass Lake Crossing and Corcoran to the west, and Edgewater on Cook Lake and Maple Grove to the east. The second development was approved in 2018 and is right around the corner, called Cook Lake Maple Grove. Ironically, it is also 27 acres, same as the proposed Cook Lake Highlands. They built 43 single-family homes. They not only complied with the shoreland zoning, they embraced it. Environmentally, they have 50% open space in the 27 acres. They created a much larger than mandated buffer zone from the lake, with 4.5 acres left in its natural state, and surpassed 190 overstory trees. Councilor Phil Leith of the Maple Grove City Council said, and I quote, "I'd like to applaud the applicant for leaving that big space untouched," end quote. So let's recap these two recent Maple Grove developments on Cook Lake. As you can see, they both built single-family homes, but equally important was their environmental appreciation. They were not only in compliance, but they embraced the shoreland district zoning for Cook Lake. You know, Cook Lake is a big deal. It's one of only 5 named lakes in Corcoran's entire 23,000 acres. Because it is designated an official environmental lake, it has the strictest zoning standards in the entire shoreland ordinance. So now let's go around the corner, enter our growing city of Corcoran, and visit the proposed 4-story Applewood Senior Co-op. The first requested variance was for impervious surface. At 39%, it is over 1.5 times the shoreland district maximum. Commissioner Wu even commented last time about too much hard surface, thus creating challenges aesthetically and for the environmental runoff. You know, this is a huge building. At 259,000 gross square feet, it has 169% more square footage than that Maple Grove Hy-Vee on the corner. Another requested variance was for the height of the Applewood. The 4-story Applewood height is not just a variance, it would obliterate the shoreland height restriction. To the top of the roof ridge, it would be 62 feet high. That is almost 2.5 times the shoreland maximum height. Clearly, this building is not appropriate for this site. Finally, in the last meeting, Chair Jacobs envisioned entering Corcoran with a soft entrance, rural in nature. Our city certainly does have many wonderful bucolic settings, including parks such as Cook Lake Highlands with acres of trees and water. Even Mayor McGee said in the spring 2021 newsletter, and I quote, "As growth happens, let's make sure it is thoughtfully guided in a way that preserves the rural character that defines Corcoran," end quote. Cook Lake Highlands will be the first development upon entering Corcoran. So when you see 2 commercial businesses, an enormous 4-story building on a hill, and a combined 137 parking spaces, that soft entrance, rural character is gone for all of us. These 2 commercial businesses and a 4-story senior co-op are certainly viable options for our city in the future. This is just simply the wrong site and location. So in summary, please comply with the shoreland district zoning along with no other PUD variances. Again, we suggest a feasible, practical, and responsible development of Cook Lake Highlands would be either all single-family homes or single-family homes followed by 2-story townhouses. Thank you again to the chair and commissioners for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mueller. Now, as we have in the past with our public hearings, I know commissioners and our professional staff take notes. At the end, if there are answers for them to provide to you on some of your questions or comments or clarifications, we'll have that opportunity to provide that to you then. If it's something that we or our professional staff can't answer for you tonight, there most likely will be an effort to follow up with you at some time in the future. So we appreciate your patience and understanding for that. Would that be about the correct thing, Kendra and Natalie?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, Natalie, next on the docket.
Yes, we have, and I apologize in advance for the mispronunciation of your last name, but James Kamiak. I'm going to request that you be unmuted, and then please restate your name and provide your address for the record.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Planning Commission, for letting me speak. My name is James Kamick. That was pretty close, Natalie. It's a tough one. There we go. I live at 7466 Fur Lane North, and I just want to make a comment from a personal perspective. Priorities where I live right now, Bass Lake Crossings, definitely it's our home, family, the neighborhood, and the community. And obviously, home value is a concern. You know, I'm really key on the current proposal because it proposes buildings that are both too large for the site, and I feel they're in the wrong location. So that really increases our awareness and concern about the development and its adverse effect on these things. At the last meeting, Chair Jacobs, you even commented about how many neighbors were enjoying the trail. Many of the beautiful trees on Cook Lake Highlands are on that Cook Lake Highlands side of the trail. So we appreciate any development that can preserve as many of those trees as possible. At the last meeting, Kendra implied that the shoreland height restriction is only meant for navigable lakes. She stated that the purpose was to minimize the structures and create a favorable view from the lake for people enjoying the water. However, in this case, the shoreland height restriction is specifically applicable and relevant for this type of lake. Very strict zoning is meant to protect the aesthetic, environmental beauty, and not to make it more enjoyable for someone sitting on the lake. And that's really important to me, the wildlife, the trees, and especially, you know, just getting out there to see it all. It's pretty impressive, you know, to leave the trees and everything intact. So Cook Lake is very important. According to the National Resources Inventory Map, there are only 5 named lakes in Corcoran's entire 23,000 acres, and that's one of them. So, and it's also designated by the state of Minnesota and the DNR as an environmental lake. That's why it has some of the strictest zoning requirements possible attached to that lake. And the highest level of environmental protection in the entire shoreland ordinance. So we should welcome that aesthetic and environmental vision in our city. So we ask the Planning Commission to please develop Cookland Highlands in an appropriate, practical, environmental manner that will not affect our homes, our neighborhood, and our home values. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamick. All right, Natalie, anybody else?
So no one else is raising their hand at this time. I don't know if you want to give it a few more moments, but I don't see anything.
We'll give it a few more moments then.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Variance requests that we close the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second, Shulak.
I'll second that word.
Okay. All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Thank you. All right, we'll go to Planning Commission discussion. Is there anybody that would like to lead out? And again, as we have since the COVID and the Zoom meeting format, we'll go one at a time. And then after you've had the floor to ask questions to professional staff of each other and of our applicant, we'll go through it one more time. We'll go through it as many times as necessary, but then we'll go. So anybody, Dean, Jim, Meredith?
I can jump in if anyone wants to go.
Huh?
I can jump in if anyone wants to go.
All right. Thank you, Dean. Lead us off, please.
Thank you, Dean. I want to reiterate what you said, Dean, to Beth. It's the quickest turnaround of another, how can I say it? dimension of what we could do in this property. So kudos, Beth, and your team for that. I've got 5 things that are high on my list. I've spent time on the trail. I've talked to a few of the neighbors as I've been walking and such. Kendra, the first one is for you. The one graph that you had on the height of the building based off of the shoreland could be 25 feet, and they want to go to 55 feet. Is that correct? The height of the co-op. You're muted, Kendra.
You're muted, Kendra.
You're muted, Kendra.
I didn't know you could lip sync so well.
I got that in stereo. Sorry about that. Yes, I pulled it up on the screen. Yes, our shoreland district standards do have a 25-foot height limit for the entire shoreland district. I would just note for the record, Maple Grove actually has adopted a different version of a shoreland ordinance, but ours does have a 25-foot height in the shoreland district.
Okay, so the items in red on this graph are showing how can I say it? The things that are in question that would put it into a PUD status. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not, that's probably my biggest thing is the height of that co-op. It just doesn't seem to fit there, but I'll move on. The elevation change from the walking path on the west side of that property, how much will that change? I can see the amount of trees that are going to be moved, but will that greatly decrease in height on the east side of that walking path that's there now?
Will the homes be lower than the walking path? Is that what you're asking?
Well, the homes that are on the west side of the walking path now are elevated above, but the walking path and then the woods and the change in elevation, I assume many of those woods are going to be removed. And then how much of the elevation is going to change to put in those townhomes or those individual homes on the very west side of this development? Is that a big question?
No, I'm looking at I gotta look at it on my screen. My eyes are not that good. Give me
Okay.
1 minute, Mr.
Thank you.
Commissioner. And I can zoom into it and give you the exact feet.
You know, Dean, maybe let me chime in while she kind of looks at this. So
Please.
Natalie was kind enough to send me the current elevation stuff. And again, because it's so small, but I got it digitally so I could zoom in. And it would appear that the walking trail, as you get down towards the end, the street on the south,
Yeah.
is about 500, it's the elevation 985 roughly,
Okay.
give or take. Okay, now as you walk then east up the hillside,
Yep.
the high point in that open field that's above there,
Yes.
that's 1,000.
Right.
So there's 15 feet of elevation change there. And so assuming that they grade that site down to somewhere equivalent to the walking path, you're going to look at 15 to 20 feet of lowered elevation.
Yeah.
And then as I took a walk around it today in the back, I think you could see in some portions there might be over 20, 25 feet of elevation. And mind you, with the exception of that open field there in the front, everything that is, outside where they've said that they're going to keep it all the trees will go.
Yeah,
So for the majority of that walking path that you walked, and as you can see on their schematic, there won't be, I don't know that there will be a hillside anymore,
right.
but there won't be any trees either.
That's what I was envisioning. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and I was going to see if this was something to discuss further, that maybe we could get, someone from the developers side to, try to give us a vision. It's very difficult to read these maps, and you see all these tight gradients, so you know that there's a hill there, but you don't know which way it's going. Is
Yeah.
it going up from there, or is it coming down? You have no idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
You
for
can't
me,
read the numbers.
my opinion, it's hard for me to see a lot of those large trees be torn off that hillside, but I understand the elevation and what the developer is asking. Kendra, real quick, that northwest corner, all of that open space, that'll be completely left alone if this were to come to fruition. The walking path would be there, as you've got on the chart now, or on the screen right now. You've asked us that you would like those 2 flag lots turned into one conforming lot. Is that correct?
That is the staff recommendation, yes.
And then my question there is there a way, if we were to do that and hopefully ask for that, is there a way to put in a trail from that cul-de-sac to that walking path from the end of that cul-de-sac along the edge of that northern part of that property? Is that appropriate?
That is another one of staff's recommendations,
Yep.
Mr. Chair. Yes, I think excuse me, Commissioner.
That's right.
Variance. You got promoted, whether you want
I'll
it.
take it. I'll take the pay increase too.
Yeah, I think if you removed one of the lots, you could wind a trail on the north side of the house, given what's happening with the grading, or between a couple of the lots. People tend not to like it between the lots, especially when it's so
Right.
narrow. So my thought is, if you eliminated this lot, you could wind it through there and connect up with that trail.
And then another question related to a path for our friends in parks and stuff. Not only that way, but there is no plans to reconnect or to connect to, how do I want to say it? If this were to go through, the trail, another trail that goes around the co-op on that easement and such, or were you saying something like that would happen?
There is the trail or a pedestrian route that could follow the fire lane around the co-op, but there's
Okay.
no longer a connection from the co-op west. As you can see, the grades with the ponds here
Just too much?
prohibited. And then again, as I was saying, folks in the villas don't like a trail coming between their units.
Yeah, no, that
People in
elevation
single-family.
change, I understand that. That's just my biggest, it seems to be a loss if this were to go through, that we wouldn't be able to have that. And again, the biggest thing that sticks in my crawl is that 50+ foot high senior co-op. While I understand where it is and what's going on and such, I'd really like to step in and work with Beth and her team with everything that she's done over the many years, not just the last 3. It would be nice to have something down there. I do agree with a couple of the statements from the citizens to the west side off of Fur Lane and stuff about the commercial and those kind of things. But it's fitting a little bit more in my mind. But again, that co-op being 50 feet or 55 feet high, or even higher, I think one of the dimensions that the last person talked about said it would actually be higher than that. I'm trying to remember my notes. It just, that height side is concerning to me. And then I always have a hard time intruding in on shoreline setbacks. While some cases it's reasonable, some cases I just can't find or justify it. So those are my concerns, Commissioner, or Mr. Chair and such, and I'll yield the floor to someone else. Thank you, Kendra.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I think we both shared some of the same questions there. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'll certainly take a swing at this.
I can, I have some questions.
Okay, go ahead, Meredith.
Yeah, Kendra, I noticed that the city has a 500 square foot unit size minimum. And you note that when discussing the senior housing, I'm wondering, does that affect the memory care? Because those are sleeping units and they're usually in the 300 square foot range, 350 square foot range, usually for a memory care unit. And how does that figure in with our minimum requirement of 500 square feet?
Yeah, it does not apply to the memory care units because the memory care units do not meet the HUD definition of a living unit, which is what we use to calculate density. So we don't apply that same minimum to those types of units. While people live there, it doesn't have the full kitchen that is required to be classified as a living unit under the HUD standards.
Okay, great. And then the other thing I noticed was the side yard setbacks. Looks like they're asking for 5 feet, 10 foot total between units. And council action has, or opinion has been 15 feet. So if we take into account that it would be 15 feet, plus the removal of that one flag unit that's been discussed here, I assume the number of units of villas would be quite a bit less than what the plan is showing.
Yes, if they did not get the same setbacks that Bass Lake Crossing has, which is 5 foot side yard setbacks and what they're requesting, if the council denied that flexibility, that certainly would result in a loss of units.
Okay. I also noticed that you mentioned that you didn't have information on the number of memory care beds, yet the narrative discusses 32 units. Was the narrative provided after the staff letter was written, or that's just an example and not exactly what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think the staff report was written and it probably just didn't get updated once we got the updated narrative. I apologize. I'll make note of that for the council packet.
I don't think I have any other questions for staff or comments. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Meredith. All right, Jim, you want to flip a coin or? You want me to go? Okay. Okay, you know, to kind of go back to what Meredith was just saying, under the current zoning, the side yard setbacks are 10 feet. When we talk about giving flexibility, we used to give 5 feet. I know that Bass Lake is 5 feet. And Meredith, you're right. Through discussions with planning commission members and the community and with the city council, I think our new flexible standpoint is 7.5 feet. So just on that basis alone, for that part of a variance for this, I'd have to say I'm not in agreement, and my recommendation to the city council would be to go to 7.5 feet. In terms of the grading, again, I to the best I could on certain parts, I tried to look on this and get some idea of what was going on with the final grade. And certainly the grading as is that was done by Sunday Land Surveying is much easier to read than these plans. And so I guess, I'd be interested in just asking a couple things of Kendra and your team, or Beth and her team. Just taking a look at, just to use a point of reference, that cul-de-sac. If you stood in that cul-de-sac, the current I'm gonna take a guess at this, but I would say that the current height of that might be somewhere around 960. And as it would be developed, can anybody give me what the elevation would be if you were standing in the center of the cul-de-sac?
Mr. Chair, the center of the cul-de-sac at finished grade is 974, but Dave, the engineer for the project was on the line. I'm looking for him, but I did see him earlier, and he could probably very quickly give you the rest of the answers, but I can see the finished grade is 974.
Okay.
Chair, Commission members, this is David Knavely with Civil Site Group. I can answer any questions you have about grading, and you are correct that the proposed cul-de-sac grade is a 74. At the end of the cul-de-sac itself, the existing grade is dropping pretty substantially. On the south end of the cul-de-sac, the grade's at a 990. And the north end of the cul-de-sac in the existing condition, the grade's at a 968 or 969.
Okay,
So it's
so it's
dropping
going
quite a
down.
few feet. And everything drops towards the lake. The lake is the lowest point on the site.
Okay, now, Dave, can I call you Dave or David?
Dave's fine.
Okay, Dave. So give me just give me a feel. If I'm standing up at the road, the future road, and the trail comes in, and I'm going to start walking north along the trail. Will the backyards for these town villas, it looks like there's some sort of grade from the back of where the building pads are down to the trail. So in general, is the building pads of the villas going to be higher or lower than the trail grade as it is right now?
They are going to be higher. They're going to be a couple feet higher than the existing trail grade.
Okay, all right, good. I better look at this from a bigger map. Okay, so answer for me if you could then. This retaining wall on the northwest corner of the senior apartment site. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay, so if I'm standing on the fire road, okay, that this thing goes around, is that retaining wall holding up earth that's higher than the road, or is it preventing you from sliding off the road going down into a hole?
Correct. It's the second one. So the
Okay,
road is higher than the wetland. So you're on top of the wall when you're on the road. The
okay,
bottom of the wall is on the other side, the wetland, Cook Lake side.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, and so the retaining walls that are kind of in the back of the cul-de-sac or lots 12, 13, and 14, I would assume that those would also be keeping you propped up against. So the retaining wall isn't going from the yard up, it's going from the yard down, correct?
Right now, there aren't any retaining walls shown in the back of those residential pads.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're looking at, what PDF you're looking at, but we don't
Well,
currently
you
have
know,
retaining walls
it
back
might
through
be-
there. It's just
Yes.
sloped.
It might be in reference to the last model.
Yeah, the
Um,
last plan did have retaining walls back there. When we had the pond up in the north portion of the site, there were some
Okay.
retaining walls, but we eliminated all of those in the cul-de-sac in this new layout.
Okay. Now, okay, so all of the tight gradient lines that I see on the north end of those villas, that's a downhill gradient and fairly steep one at that.
Correct. Yep. Those tight gradients are, typical steep slope, maintained steep slope with 3-to-1.
Okay, is that a natural slope or is that something that you guys are going to create because you're filling in?
Yeah, yep. The cul-de-sac sits higher, the end of the cul-de-sac sits higher than the existing grade. So we'll be regrading to tie into the existing grade down close to the wetland edge, but not, obviously in the wetland, not impacting the wetland.
Okay, and so you are going to remove the trees and then excavate down to a lower elevation because that's the only way you can get more units in there, correct?
I don't know about trying to get more units in there, but it's just the way to, the way the overall site works is, there's a lot of grade change across the whole site. So
Yeah,
we're keeping it flat where the units are and then catching up the grade change at the end. Because
Okay.
we can't go too steep in the street. Otherwise you can't, build the units.
right. Now, and you might be able to help with this next question, but I'm going to just say, I do have, I share the same concerns about the flag lots. When you look at that cul-de-sac currently as it's laid out, proposed, there are 8 driveways that enter into that cul-de-sac. And if you look at the space between the driveways, you might be able to get maybe 1 or 2 cars, if they're small enough, that could park in that cul-de-sac, for visitors. Outside of that, if somebody's having a birthday party, the only place they got to go, because we all know these things aren't going to have big driveways, is they're going to have to start parking down the street. So I'm not in favor of having 8 driveways coming out of a cul-de-sac. Now, with that being said, Dave, if a recommendation is made to the council that we think one of those lots need to be removed, so a villa could be recentered on there and take up, kind of give some relief to the whole back side of there. Is there any way then the trees that are there and whatnot, could they be saved?
There may be a means to tighten up the grading limits on that north side. But it would just be pushing that grading limits a little closer to the cul-de-sac along that north edge. So there may be a little bit of that could be saved along that north end. I don't know the exact, what the exact ramifications would be though. How much would be saved.
Yeah. Now, Dave, we are going to be hearing later on tonight a situation where a homeowner has a lot And they thought that they could build a deck and a porch off the back of their house. But come to find out that the building setbacks are in one corner, only 2 feet away from the corner of the house. And as a result, currently without a variance, they wouldn't be able to build anything at all. Now, as I look at these flag lots, and I see then the gradients indicating a slope along that path. You know, you see here where the lot lines for the actual lots are going well beyond the other side of the trail. But if I look at this thing here, I'm kind of thinking to myself, you know, how many of these homes are going to be able to build a deck or a patio or a porch off the back of those houses, given their location either to the trail or because of the sloping grade down towards the trail?
Mr. Chair, this is Beth. Can I address that? Would you be okay
Sure.
with that? Okay. These pads are designed the same size as the pads for Bass Lake crossings. So, and they are, David, how deep are the pads?
They're 70 feet deep. All of the pads are 70 feet.
Yeah. And the other issue that I wanted to address is the elevation of those pads in those homes. Will they be similar to the elevation of the homes in Bass Lake Crossing?
Yeah, correct. For the most part, they'll be pretty close to the existing
Does
Bass
that
Lake
gi-
Crossing elevations.
Yeah, that gives everybody a little bit better perspective as to where they'll be sitting. When you stand out there, they'll be sitting at a similar elevation as the homes. So they won't be sitting up significantly higher looking down, or they won't be sitting below looking up. But they're, you know, that was part of the design too, is to think about that and be considerate of that too. So, but those pads are fairly deep pads. A 70-foot pad is deep, and that does typically allow for the ability to put a patio or a deck. And then there's actually room, and the lot lines are deep, Mr. Commissioner, because that is the property line, and that's just how we, you know, the trail was built on the Schomer property, so we just extend, you know, we just put, that's just the actual property line. So that's why they're significant, they're large because they're so deep. That's true.
Okay, well, thank you, Beth. But I understand why they are that way. But so what, let me see if I understand David correct. So the pads indicated right there are 70 feet deep. So does that mean then that they are large enough where you can get your typical villa on there and then allow for, say, a 14-foot screen porch or a four-season porch or a deck?
Correct. It's my understanding, and we don't have, you know, final builder selected for these lots, but they can get everything they need on that 40 by 70-foot pad that we're proposing. So they can put a screen porch, and some of the house plans similar to the Bass Lake Crossings have that included in that 70-foot depth.
Okay, that's all I wanted to, you know, so, okay. You know, Beth, to your comment there, you know, this is my own personal preference, but, you know, ideally, I think what would be great, especially for helping with some of the, you know, the height, maybe some of the height concerns of the senior co-op, is that if you put in that cul-de-sac and built your homes up there without changing that grade a whole lot. I think what disturbs, you know, me, or what concerns me the most, or I think the saddest part of all this, is that all the, you know, the trees and the hills and whatnot are going to be, you're completely eliminating them to bring that down to grade and with the other homes. Whereas if they could be built on their current grade or they're very close to that, the people walking the trail, you might be able to preserve some more trees, but at least you got that hillside for the trail and a little bit more isolation than walking along that trail with no trees and then looking into the backyard of more homes. And again, that's not the worst thing in the world, but I see that hillside and the elevation of that lot being an advantage for both developments if it can be preserved, but that is not what is being proposed. So I won't bring up any more of that. One question. So we talked about this subdivision right to the east in Maple Grove. Is that, that looks like it's going to be kind of the same deal. When does that look to get approved, or what's the likelihood that that's going to be single family homes?
Okay, that I would like to clarify. There are not two projects that were approved. There was only one. I can understand how they might think that there were two. I was the developer that designed that project, and I did sell that project to another developer, and they came in. So the first development that I got approved was with the open space and also 42 single family lots. They were, I believe, 55 foot lots. Now the new developer is fully approved, final plat approval for the 58 single family 45 foot lots for rent luxury homes. So they are a for rent single family 45 foot lot. And they have final plat approval. So, but
Okay.
there weren't two. There's just one on that lake. Yeah.
Okay,
They were
well, I was just, curious in the homes that are, I don't know, ghost platted or, right, connecting right to this, right on the property line. I just want to know what's the likelihood that those are going to turn into actual single family units?
They are approved, and they are planning to build single family for rent homes, and they are not opposed to our Applewood.
Okay. Well, of course, if they're, what they say, if you don't have an ownership stake in it, maybe you don't care. And if they're going to be rental homes, they obviously maybe have a different viewpoint on stuff than maybe say the people from Bass Lake, because they own those
Understood.
homes.
Yes, understood.
Okay, let me see if I have any other comments or questions here. Okay, that's all I have. So at this point, so Mr. Sholak, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, sir. I believe that this project is really not consistent with the city plan down the line. I really don't like the height of the co-op. And is it my understanding that the latest count is that 33% of the trees will be saved? Is that the number I heard?
I thought it was more like 30 or something, but
It's
maybe it was
30. The staff report says 30, correct.
Okay. I keep coming back to that, and I'm not going to chain myself to any of those trees, but if there's no construction, 100% of the trees are saved. So I just, 33 is not a consolation prize for me. I have to agree with the residents that it's the wrong location for such a project. And the commercial units being what they are will change the zoning there. So that's all I have, my comments.
okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sholak. Okay. Round robin 2, Commissioner Variance, any follow-up questions or comments?
Yeah, I wanted to just say, I think one of the comments from the public hearing, the folks were talking about the properties to the east in Maple Grove. And Beth, you are saying that you are the one that put all of that together?
I was the developer that obtained the entitlements for the 42 single family lots on that there, but there is a new developer that just obtained a new approvals, final plat approval for the 58, actually it's 59, because they have another lot anyway for a pool and for a clubhouse. So yes, I was the initial. Mhm.
Again, as stated by the resident, they commend you for what you've done to preserve the shoreline and those kind of things on that property. And I wanted to recognize that. So good job. Again, great job coming back with this. My biggest thing is the height of that co-op. And I do agree with Commissioner Schulak too, about the commercial side of this stuff is kind of sticking to my crawl too. Kendra, that mitigation pond in the center of this, if this were to go through, is that the homeowners association responsibility to take care of that mitigation pond and maintain?
That is correct. As part of any development, the stormwater ponds, the city requires a stormwater maintenance agreement with the developer so that they are responsible for maintenance of those ponds. And if they fail to maintain them, we have the ability to come in, make the improvements and assess them.
And you said as part of your presentation, if that were park dedication, then that becomes our responsibility then, and we're not sure we want that right now, and Parks is going to look at that in the middle
Correct.
of the month here.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wu, your follow-up? Anything?
I echo the kind of the appreciation that the developer's efforts that she has made to listen to us and listen to the comments that she has received from the neighborhood. I imagine it's very difficult to try and balance your pro forma for development with the requirements of with the desires of a neighborhood in a city. However, having said that, I still maintain that this is not the right site for the proposed development. I feel that while it's not inconsistent with the comp plan, I think that this site has some unique challenges, which we also identify as valued characteristics of the site. And I feel that the magnitude of the proposed buildings and its proximity to the residential areas that are both planned and existing make it incompatible. And I feel that this 4-story building is a very difficult thing to try and place on a site where you have height restrictions and impervious surface restrictions, and for good reason. We're trying to protect that natural environment of Cook Lake, which everyone wants to keep. So at this point, while still recognizing the efforts that the developer has made, I still do not see this as a compatible proposal for the site.
Okay, thank you, Meredith.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Variance, I'm just, is it possible, and it looks like Kendra stepped away. Nope, she's still there. Is it possible just to get the comp plan map put up on the screen real quick, just so we know, everybody that's on knows what our plan was? if
Yes.
that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Excuse me. just a
I
minute.
had Dean asked Natalie if she could look up for us some of the public comments and the working sessions that related to, because I know I said it in the last meeting about the entrance. I know one of our speakers kind of credited me with the, the soft, country rolling hill entrance, but that wasn't mine alone. And maybe, maybe that the comment wasn't intended that way. Oh, hold on.
You
But-
said it very well, and I think all of us on the planning commission are all in agreement with that. But Kendra, I don't know if you can just move your pointer closer to this section. And again, it is set up as mixed residential is what we've planned between now and 2040. And it's kind of been that way for even 10 or 15 years before this time period, right? It has not changed from mixed.
Correct. As part of the 2030 plan, this mixed residential district extended from the east boundary all the way over to Maple Hill.
Yeah,
And remember, Bass Lake Crossings came in and asked to down guide it from mixed residential to low density residential. But that has been in place since the 2030 plan was adopted.
yeah. Thank you, Kendra. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted that up just so people could see what our plan was in response to what Jim was saying too. It's just not been our vision for quite some time to open it up to commercial and those kind of things. And while the PUD is all part of that and opens things up and stuff, I don't want to crack that egg right now. If that makes sense. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, this is Beth. Could I just comment about that guide plan?
Yes.
Thank you. If you put the guide plan back up, it is mixed residential, you're right, but just directly to the south at the entrance of Corcoran, where the Lions Park is mixed use, which allows commercial. So I just felt that we would be directly across from mixed use commercial potentially on the south side of County Road 10. And that was in part sort of my thought of transition from what potentially could be commercial across the street from the daycare and the memory care. So that is pink. And it looks to be commercial, is my understanding.
Yeah, and to that point, that's the Lions Park, and in no way in all of the conversations that I've had with everyone associated with that are they moving. So that's why, Kendra, is that why it's commercial? I mean, it's wide open for the Lions Park right now. It's kind of a center of entertainment and many other things, correct?
Yeah, the mixed use was adopted for the mix of uses that is Lions Park. And then we did re-guide the corner next to it, of course, as industrial. So there is commercial industrial to the south to that end, but this mixed use is on the north, and the zoning, as I said, allows some non-residential uses in residential districts.
Well, when you look at Lions Park, I mean, you think, I mean, if you've seen some challenging lots to develop, that's got to rank right up there with the top of them. So at least the northern part of it. But anyway, I mean, I think most people in the community would love to see that remain in perpetuity because it is a fun asset. Contribution to our community, and most of us have all been there for one event or another. And so in looking towards, gee, what would be a good transition at this point, I don't really see or hear any possibility that that's going to happen anytime soon. But thank you, Beth.
But Mr. Chair, I just have one more comment to make about adjacent to the Lions Park. Bass Lake Crossing South was guided mixed residential, and it was re-guided or rezoned with single-family homes and an industrial building. So self-storage building is also going to be across the street from the daycare and the memory care. And that's I think they're starting construction on that now. So again, that is probably an appropriate transition to the Lions Park. But also I did consider that in my design. And it is not rural, and that was approved. And so I thought that I really wasn't trying to offend the city of Corcoran by this design. I really put a lot of thought into what was going on around it. And I would just really appreciate that consideration. Thank you.
And Beth, you're right. The discussions around the storage units were to provide a buffer between the park and a residential section. But in the debates of the first proposal from the Ebert Development Group, we had a lot of debate about the County Road 10, the setbacks, screening for all this and that. Obviously, it never came to fruition, but the discussion that went on at that point was about, this is the gate to our community. What do we want it to look like? Obviously, that was a long time ago, and looking at what you leave in Maple Grove, I personally don't want to see a continuation of that in Corcoran. I just don't see that as being something that we want to emulate right at our front door, but I'll leave it at that. I would say the same things as my fellow commissioners. Removing the apartment building and adding these things didn't tip the scale for me, from what I believe. And what I recall, like I was trying to explain, I tried to have Natalie try to find us some of those notes. They're not available to see what the community insight was, and those from the people that were drafting the documents for our visions. But as has been pointed out, there are references to it throughout some of our comprehensive guide plan. And so I'm going to stick with the denial vote. But I do think that there certainly could be a nice development up there that could do a lot with preserving some of the natural characteristics of the site, and maybe continuing a residential use, from the east to a residential use on the west, and eliminate the commercials down along 10. And by all means, the Shoreland, I'll support the height restrictions on that, and the 4-story co-op just doesn't fit here. So that's where I'm at on it as well. So Mr. Sholak, I believe then you are up next then. Any other further questions or follow-up?
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions or comments.
Okay. All right. If anybody else, commissioners, otherwise, again, the staff report gives us the options. I don't think I'm hearing a lot to support the approval of the 4 or 5 items that we would have to support furtherance of this. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Okay, so then we're going to be left with the second version, which was just one resolution, and that would be a resolution to deny the request for rezoning, preliminary plat, and preliminary PUD plan for 19220 County Road 10. So before we vote on that, does anybody have any proposals to change or recommendations from what's listed here as to what our recommendation to the city council will be?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
Commissioner Variance. And this is just, if we can just have a discussion amongst the planning or their planning group and such, would a, excuse me, a co-op type thing be appropriate with that height restriction and such? Eliminate the commercial, the New Horizon daycare in the front there, along with the memory care there, you know, turn that into housing or something. What I'm trying to do is trying to give Beth something to come back with us, something different. I mean, again, I think her effort was very, very good. Do we have as a group or in our mind any flexibility at all on including something like a co-op or something on this property, or is that out of the question for her to come back with us? Do you know what I'm talking?
oh yeah, no, and you know, Dean, I've thought about it. I mean, you know, if you know, here's what I thought. Try to the best you can, keep that grade on the west side as much as you can. You know, there's nothing wrong with developing in hilly areas or where there's grade changes.
Right.
You know, drive around the older communities, they did it all the time. Now, is that the most feasible and the most profitable? No, but it can be done. And so I would say if there was anything to possibly save this in some form, it would have to be, you know, maybe limiting the co-op to 2 stories. And I know, again, when I saw the apartment building removed, I'm not a financer for developments like this, but I know that doesn't come without some financial
The big hit.
changes, you know, to this whole project.
Chair, Mr. Chair, can I just answer, can I just provide some comment on the discussion that you're starting here?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, my position is this, is that, you know, Beth is an experienced developer, no doubt, and she and the people who are assisting in the design have listened to our comments, but our job isn't to design the project for her or think that we can. I think that the comments that we provide in our discussion guides her about our feeling about the appropriateness of the application for the city. But since we're advisory to the city council, I don't think that writing in comments about redesigning the project to specific design features is what we should be doing. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that I don't know that it goes anywhere, is what I'm saying. It's because she has heard our comments. She's been part of it. But I'm certainly, that just occurred to me, and I'm certainly open to hearing what the rest of you think about that notion.
Well, Meredith, I would agree with you, but I mean, what if our only suggestion to the city council was, well, we're not gonna, we don't recommend approval of the variance for a 5-foot, you know, side yard setback. We would recommend to you 7.5 feet. That's no different than saying, I think I could support this project, and maybe we as a group recommend to the city council that approve it, but you know, we're going to limit it to, we're recommending that you limit it to 2 stories. I don't see that there's a big difference there from what our function is as far as making a recommendation to the city council, whether it be big or small. And that's all I think what Dean was asking is, what could we do with the current approval, and what would we recommend to the city council? And tell me, Dean, if I'm wrong, but what would we recommend to the city council that would make this viable for us with what they've got? And so that's all I was trying to say is,
Yeah, My thing was just us talking about and such. I think we all agree on the commercial. We did not in favor of and stuff. Being respectful of the shoreline, and all of the ordinances related to that. Does a 25-foot tall co-op fit in something like this? I'm asking the four of us, what are our thoughts on that? Or are we just mixed residential, and there's some things that can go in mixed residential that, you know, some of us might not like. It's hard to say, but, and I absolutely agree with Meredith. It's just us saying no, and we've said our comments. We've been very strong about this, just doesn't fit. But again, the commercial side, I'm not crazy about. That height and the intrusion in on the shoreline and such, I'm not crazy about. But what do I accept? Meredith, you get a good point. We've talked enough, and this probably isn't what we're accepting. So good comments. Thank you very much for entertaining that.
Okay. All right. So if the commission is going to take a vote on the resolution to deny the request for rezoning preliminary plat and preliminary PUD. Does anybody have any suggestions for changing the said resolution as stated, presented? I personally do not have any. It's very short and to the point. And I agree with it. So.
So with that, Mr. Chair, are you looking for a motion?
Well, if nobody has any changes or questions, I'll certainly take one.
I'll go with the resolution, the suggestion of the resolution that's in our packet of denying the changes and such. If I'm saying that right, great. If I'm not, Kendra, I think you know what we're feeling. So.
Okay. So we have a motion to deny the request.
I'll
Do I have a second?
Hulak.
Okay, we have a second. So we'll take a vote, roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Shoreland,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Again, our thanks and our appreciation to the applicant and to our professional staff for all the work that I know everybody puts into this. We know that this maybe isn't the result that everybody wanted to see, but it was certainly a step in the right direction. So maybe we'll see some revisions next month. Maybe the city council will have a completely different take. And to that note, as I told Natalie, I said, being that they came on this month, I was really looking forward to seeing what the city council, our new city council had to say about this, because all of the stuff, all the work that went into this through the preliminary process, of course, was, you know, it's a different city council now. And unfortunately, we didn't get the benefit from that. So those on the commission, I'm going to be the liaison. When is this going to go before the city council then?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this goes to the Parks and Trails Commission on April 15th and to the City Council on April 22nd.
Okay, so hopefully everybody will have a chance to sit in and listen to that, because that'll be worthwhile. Okay, thanks again, everybody. We will move on to item 6B. This is a public hearing for a preliminary plat and variance application for Franzen Estates on the property located at 23020 Strela Road. And Kendra,
Yes.
we await your presentation.
Okay. This is a public hearing. It is a request for a 3-lot subdivision, and that includes 2 variances, a variance from the lot width requirements for frontage on a public street, and from the lot width requirements and from the street frontage requirements. The property is guided rural ag residential and zoned rural residential. And in terms of background, it's important to note that in 1993, the city approved a subdivision to carve a 10-acre lot from the Franzen 40 acres to create the parcel at 23105 Larson Road. And as part of that plat, there was a 60-foot roadway easement that was granted the length of the new 10-acre parcel, which is longer than was needed to serve that parcel. At the time, the city also acquired deeded right-of-way at the end of Larson Road to provide a 60-foot right-of-way extension from Larson Road. So this is the property, the Franzen zone. Their house is here. This is the 10-acre parcel that was carved off in 1993. That is served off of Larson Road with a private drive coming off the end of the cul-de-sac. They've got a long driveway back to their house. And the 2 new lots are proposed on the north side of the 40 acres. Directly to the east is Strahler Estates. Some of you will remember this was the development that convinced the council to create a private drive ordinance. They wanted to do a private drive to serve this lot instead of a public street. And so the council changed the ordinance to allow private drives instead of requiring a public street. And so you can see that this is our first private drive in many years right here to serve these 4 lots that are directly east of the project. Strahler Road is the south side of the property. And that,
Can I ask Kendra a question quick?
Yes, Dean.
Kendra, the reason for that private drive is because of the wetlands to the south on Strahler Road. They could not gain access to that property because of the wetland there.
no, it was simply that the public street would be expensive. And they felt like this was an alternative that they wanted to have available. The large wetland you might be thinking of is back here. There's an enormous wetland back here.
No, on the property, the private drive that's there now, they would not have gained access for that 10 acres in that corner because of the wetland down there.
I'm sorry, this 10 acres, I apologize. That's possible. Yep. The file for that 1993 subdivision is pretty thin, but I think that's probably true. The Wetland Conservation Act was in place in 1993, so it would have been difficult to fill a wetland.
All right, thank you for letting me interrupt. Sorry.
So that's the context. And again, this is the site out in the western side of town, north of Strahler Road. The subdivision is proposed on the left here. Again, north, this is Strahler on the south, Larson coming in from the west. You can see the private drive to serve the property here. And here's the edge of that wetland that Dean was just talking about that runs across the south half of the property at 23105 Larson and dips in a little bit to the Franzen property. This is floodway as well, and that was modified as part of that 1993 approval. The plat would preserve this 10-acre lot. It's a little bit hard to see on my screen, but there is a 60-foot easement that runs from this west property line to the east property line across the entirety of this lot. I mentioned that the city acquired deeded right-of-way. These 2 little triangles are on your plans, but they're a little bit difficult to read, so I tried to blow them up. The city acquired these by deed, meaning the city owns that property. It is not an easement, as opposed to this roadway easement, which is an easement across the property at 23105. This is actually right-of-way here that was granted. You saw several notes in your packet. The homeowners did state that they did not realize they were deeding the property, but in fact, the city attorney has confirmed that's deeded land, and those deeds were included in your packet as well. The northern 20 acres of the Franzen property does have some wetlands. As you know, wetland delineations can't be approved until spring, so the wetland delineation is done, but not yet approved, but they have shown general boundaries for those wetlands on the parcel. So the subdivision creates one lot 1 for the existing home and 2 new lots. And I got turned around when I wrote the staff report. So this is the correct table. The table in the staff report had these 2 dimensions flipped. Lot 3 is on the west and does have 200 feet of frontage along that roadway easement. Lot 2 is on the east and does not have the 200 feet of frontage, only has 129 feet of frontage. And then I highlighted the 50-foot setback variance simply because there's no front yard if there's no public street or private drive. We determine the front yard by the street frontage, and without the street, they don't technically have a front. We can work around that depending on what the commission decides to do tonight and the council ultimately acts on. So just so it was easier to read, I kept this sideways. Strahler is on the right on this image, north is on the left. So the plan for the applicant has lot 1 from the applicant has lot 1 for the existing house, lot 2 and lot 3. The private or the existing roadway easement extends here, and it provides 200 feet of frontage here for lot 3. But as I said, only 129 feet of frontage for lot 2. They've shown conceptually building pads and septic sites. These would be sold for custom home lots. So the landowner is not building these homes. He would just sell the lot. So the home location would likely be different, but it gives you a sense of what could happen. This plan shows 3 new private drives coming off adjacent to the existing private drive. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow driveways only, to not do a public street or a private drive, to just have individual driveways coming off of this. This is not allowed in our ordinance, and that's why it requires a variance. Secondly, again, even if they did provide the private drive as required by ordinance, lot 2 as shown would need a variance because they don't meet the lot width frontage. They would need to extend that private easement another 70 feet here across this parcel to provide that frontage and then provide that required turnaround. The code requires each lot to abut and have direct access onto an improved street or private drive. There's no ambiguity in that language. That's what the code requires, and that's why the variance is required. And the applicant could extend the existing easement 70 feet west to meet that lot width requirement and meet the frontage requirement. The private drive would provide access to the 2 new homes and could provide access as recommended by the engineer to the existing home on the south. And it would provide emergency vehicle access. That's one of the reasons we have private drive standards. In the past, we did not. Pre-2000, we allowed private drives, but there were no standards. And there have been instances where public safety could not reach a home because the private drive was not built and maintained up to reasonable standards for even in an ambulance type emergency vehicle, let alone a fire truck. The existing driveways should be shared to limit access off the cul-de-sac. The way it's drawn right now, there's just feet between the 2 driveways. In long term, that would just be a real maintenance issue. And as the chair noted on the last example, we just really don't want driveways stacked up at the end of a cul-de-sac. The individual lots would be served by well and septic. And as I mentioned, the delineation needs to be approved. And once that's approved, the plans would be updated to show wetland buffers, setbacks, and monuments on the plans. There's no reason to think on a 10-acre lot that there's not room to have a very nice building site on each of those lots. Again, this item is scheduled for Parks and Trails review at that April 15th meeting. And the reason is there is a open space park shown on the very, very northwest corner of this site. And so Parks and Trails Commission should review that and determine whether any park dedication should be taken in the terms of land from this applicant or simply cash for the 2 new lots. So again, the 2 variances we've talked a little bit about, and as always, variances are the largest hurdle that an applicant has. Those are the most difficult applications to receive because the burden of proof is on the applicant to show compliance with the 5 variance standards outlined in Minnesota statute and our ordinance. And staff finds that in this case, the variance standards have not been met. There is no practical difficulty to complying with the zoning and subdivision ordinance standards. It appears that that 60-foot roadway easement, in fact, was provided to do exactly this, to provide a private driveway to allow future development for the north half of the Franzen property. And if that easement were extended 70.04 feet west, it could provide the required lot width for lot 2 and adequate room to provide a private drive in compliance with the ordinance. It appears that the request for the variance is primarily economic based on the owner's desire to avoid constructing the private drive. However, both Minnesota statute 462-357 and the ordinance state that economic conditions alone do not constitute practical difficulties. The second threshold is, are the conditions unique to the parcel of land for which the variance is sought and not created by the landowner? Staff finds that it's not unique to the parcel. As I mentioned, the property directly to the east was approved for subdivision in 2016 and requested an ordinance amendment to allow private drives as an option to the public street requirement. Since that time, 2 or 3 other small subdivisions have been allowed to build private drives rather than a public street to build these to meet these lot frontage and lot width requirements. This is not different from those other small subdivisions where private drives have been approved. Again, there's no physical reason that a private drive cannot be constructed to serve the 2 new lots. However, I do note that the Planning Commission could find that there are unique circumstances not related to the topography of the site, but related to the fact that when the property was split in 1993, the roadway easement was provided presumably to allow a subdivision similar to what is being proposed today. The third condition is the granting may not alter the essential character of the locality. And we agree with that, but approval of a variance to not require either a public drive or a private drive to provide frontage and access to lots certainly would encourage other developers to make the same request to save costs on future development and long-term could change the character of the community. The proposed variance would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance, and we think it's not, because the ordinance is very clear about the need for each lot to have frontage and access onto a public street or a private drive. But it is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan policies to allow rural subdivisions very similar to this. Staff recommends approval of the plat, but does recommend denial of the variance based on the findings that the findings of fact have not been met. Denial of the variance would simply require the applicant to revise the plans to extend that easement and provide a private drive to serve the new lots within that easement area. This is a bit of a unique circumstance, again, because of the actions that took place in 1993. It appears that some consideration was given to how this northern 20 acres would develop in the future, and that's presumably why that roadway easement was granted as part of that plat or subdivision. It does not benefit the property at 23105. It only benefits the Franzen property. If the Planning Commission agrees with staff's assessment, you should move to take action on what we called option A, that denies the variance and approves the preliminary plat with conditions required to comply with the ordinance, meaning construction of that private drive. If the Planning Commission, however, finds that there are unique conditions because of the previous approvals and action taken to provide that easement, they could recommend approval. And again, because this does have some unique characteristics, I did provide an option B that approves the variance and the preliminary plat. It still has some conditions that are attached in order to comply with the ordinance standards. But because it is a little bit of a unique situation, we have provided two options for your consideration as a starting point. Certainly Planning Commission can modify either of those. This is a public hearing. We recommend that you take comments. A number of written comments were received and were shared with the commission either in the packet or via a separate email. Those are entered into the record as if the writer was speaking at tonight's public hearing, so there's no need to repeat what's in those emails. And then, Mr. Chair, I did receive a call from City Administrator Martins late in the day today that the applicant was trying to figure out how to get onto this, but have some internet problems at his location. And I do have some comments if he is not on the meeting. I haven't seen if he's on the meeting, but I was asked to provide some comments at the end of the public hearing on behalf of the applicant if they are not on the line.
Okay, is that the
And
end
that
of
is
the
it.
presentation?
That is
All right.
it, Mr. Chair. I'm available for questions if you have any before we open the public hearing. Otherwise, we can open the public hearing and take comments.
All right, thanks, Kendra. And I do have some questions for you, but we'll wait till later. Let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. And Natalie, if you would kindly give our audience the instructions once again, if they would like to speak on this particular item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd like to participate in the public hearing, please utilize the raise your hand function. You can do this by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. On computer, it will be the raise your hand function via the reactions button located on the toolbar along the bottom of your screen. Other devices may have the function under the participants tab. We do ask that all comments are kept to a 5-minute time limit, and I will call on each speaker. And I do ask that you state your name and address for the record. And we do have one caller already, Steve Rickson. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I just wanted to just state that back in 1995, we talked to the attorney for.
Mr. Rexon, could you give your address,
Yes.
please, for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 23110 Larson Road.
Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. But in 1995, we did talk to the city attorney. They asked us to do an easement for a driveway. And our conversations with him were all easement. And he had told us that by granting this easement, that it would only be one driveway for a single family, and that we'd still own the property. And that was conveyed over and over to us. And then when we got the paperwork, we thought that the attorney was working in our favor as well as
everybody.
The builder who was building a house coming off of Larson Road. And it wasn't until recently that we found out that it was a quit claim, not an easement. I've been to the city hall a number of times talking to a few different people, and they said that it was a single family easement. They told me that a number of times, and like I say, it wasn't until recently that we found out that it was a quit claim. So anyway, my point after all that is, yeah, we did sign an incorrect paper, so that it is Corcoran's property, but I think they misrepresented themselves on what they were actually doing. And now it's, it's changing our whole neighborhood, because that opens up more traffic coming down our road. And it's a challenge for all of us. So anyway, I just wanted to state what actually did happen, and you can take it from there. I just assumed that there weren't driveways coming in at the end of the road. We were told when we bought the property that there would never be driveways or an extension to Larson Road, but obviously, you know, things change. So anyway, thank you very much. And that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rickson. Natalie, before we go to the next one, Kendra, just so that, because I made some notes today, I did go out to the site. I've looked at this packet of information, these legal documents. And, you know, there was a comment in the report that that this did exist for the purposes of the variance was made to support a subdivision like it is today, meaning that there was some sort of vision that this was going to go into 2 lots. And I just want to clarify, maybe I'm missing it, but just for clarity, is there any document or anything? I mean, Mr. Rickson said that, you know, years ago discussions where there was going to be 1 lot. I find no evidence in any of this that when that easement was put in, it was only put in for the use of one home. Can you say something differently for the record?
I think you're talking about under the variance standards. I said the planning commission could find that this is a unique situation because this was provided to allow a subdivision like that. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying you could find that. I'm not sure why else they would have provided a 60-foot wide roadway easement across the top of 23105, because 23105 didn't need that easement.
Yeah,
that's all I was trying to say.
No. I mean, I understand that. I'm more going to Mr. Rickson's comment that, well, we all thought that there was only going to be 1 home.
There is absolutely.
And I don't see anything in the record to say that this was put in specifically with the idea that only 1 additional home would be built on that acreage. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, that's correct. I will say that the city is in the midst of moving and remodeling City Hall. And Natalie and I dug through all of the files we could access and could not find anything specifically showing any concept plan or plat for this subdivision at all. So the 1993 file was very thin. So I have no evidence to say it either was or it was not.
Okay, all right. That's all I just wanted to just bring it up to see if there was any evidence to support Mr. Rickson that it was 1 house, not 2 houses that were going to be futurely built there. So thank you very much. Natalie, please continue with our next participant, please.
So, Mr. Chair, this will be up to your discretion. I don't have any other hands raised, but Mr. Rickson has re-raised his hand. So it's up to your discretion. Okay.
What do you want me to do? *9.
Okay.
Greg, are you trying to speak? Are you trying to raise your hand, Greg?
I'm not sure if I'm doing it right, but yes.
Okay. All right. I'll let you speak after Mr. Rickson. Okay. I'll call on you. All right. 1 second. Go ahead, Mr. Rickson.
My apologies. Actually, this is Marilyn Rickson. Stephen is my husband. I'm same address, 23110 Larson Road. Back in '93, when that all happened, we were never told about other lots, and we were asked to grant an easement for 1 driveway. They never said anything about other driveways. And now looking at the drawings, it's so obvious that this was all planned back then, but nothing was ever said to us. And if the neighbors will all verify the same thing. And Greg knows that, and Ray and Eve Ehrlich know that. And we were lied to by Corcoran and Greg. And somehow this is all put into the works, and we were cheated and lied to. We really feel that way. We just feel like we're really duped. And that's our biggest complaint. And in addition to that, this road cannot handle that much more traffic. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. All right, Natalie?
Okay, so Greg was having problems with the raise your hand function, but go ahead and state your full name and address for the record, Greg.
Yeah, can you hear me or?
We can hear you, but it sounds like you might have a second device in the room. We're getting some feedback, so you might want to mute the second device if that's the case.
Oh, turn yours up.
Oh, no, Greg, we want you to speak, so maybe turn. There we go.
Okay, here. Let me get this one up.
Hang on a second.
Oh, you're gonna have to move.
How's that? Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, well, let me just give you a little bit of background from our standpoint. I'm sorry Steve and Marilyn feel that way because that just simply isn't true.
Greg, I'm so sorry. Can you provide your full name and address, please?
Greg Franzen, 23020 Strahler Road.
Thank you.
And we've been residents of Corcoran for close to 45 years, and we've lived and farmed here. My family has lived here in the area for well over 150 years. We have 2 sons and 4 of our grandsons that live in Corcoran. And as noted, the legal right to build has been since 1993. The road extension was put on there when those deeded conveyances, because we thought that possibly one of our sons might want to build later on. And there was no reason to do a subdivision. There was no reason to do beyond what we did because there was no plan to build at that time. Well, 20 some years later, now the comp plan's been revised and we looked at it and we were granted not what, we've always had 1 building right back there. And now there's 2 building rights. So we thought all the land around us, except 2 lots, are less than our 10-acre proposal. They're all 5-acre lots. We love Corcoran. We like the rural character. We like the large lots. And that's what we're proposing. And it meets all the standards of the comp plan. The reason that I applied for a variance was because we all like to have our own kind of private driveway where you pull into your drive, you do your own plowing, you do your own care. And I just looked at it and thought, well, if we have private drives, everybody owns their own driveway and that's fine. If the council, the planning commission decides that a shared driveway of 2 lots on 2 large 10-acre parcels fits the character, I'm perfectly okay with that. Our neighbors, Ray and Eve Ehrlich, support our development of this area. Their lot is 10 acres. We're proposing two additional 10-acre lots. And if you have any questions, I'd be certainly happy to answer them. And Steve and Marilyn didn't understand what they were doing, but everybody else did. And that's why we have the 60-foot road easement there. It's been there for 25 years.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your insight. You brought up a question that I'd like to direct to our professional staff, Kendra. So Kendra, is it possible then that through review of the building rights map, that there was an additional building right granted? So that maybe it was only 2 at one time and not 3?
Absolutely. We did do an update to the development rights map in 2019, I think it was. And I don't know what the situation was in 1993 because we've had some, as you know, development rights since the 80s, and we've done a reset. So I couldn't tell you what it was.
Yeah. But it's a possibility. I mean, that brings up a possibility that, you know, back in 93, if there were only 2 development rights, I mean, look at what they did originally. They split out one you know, the lot. I don't know their name, but the one with the easement,
The
you
early.
know,
Yep.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, if they've lived on this property for 45 years, it was possible at one time that they could have subdivided as small as Larson Road too, before we had the development rights program. in
Yeah.
place. So
Okay.
yes,
All right.
in the last go round, they did get an extra development right when we changed that program from 1 in 30 on a gravel road to 1 in 10.
Okay, so there was an additional right granted. Okay, all right, well, that goes to explain a lot of stuff.
And
So
I,
maybe it's not so much that people were misconceiving others, it's just that back in 1993, there was only one right, and then now there's two.
That could be true, I don't know
Or
that.
two,
for
now
certain.
there's three.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We had- can I answer to that too, or?
Sure, Greg.
When that was done, we had two building rights. We requested the city put the 60-foot easement on there and keep the one development right to the north for future development. So they've always been there since 1993. And then it was changed to go 1 in 30 on gravel. And now with the comp plan changed, we were granted an additional building right. So there's nothing that wasn't there right from the beginning with the 60-foot road easement and our additional building right.
No, understandable. Understandable. I sure wish that I had the luck of getting a extra building right on some of my land when I don't have any. So anyway, okay.
Let me give you one more. We looked at all of the 5-acre lots around us, and we've been farmers and, like I said, lived here forever. And we're squeezed all the way around us now with 5-acre lots. And I still like the idea of large rural lots. And when we were granted an additional one, I just felt it was time for us, we're in our 70s, that it's time for us to subdivide and do the 2 10-acre large lots.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Well, again, thank you very much. And if there's anything else that comes up here, you know, please, you know, put your hand up for Natalie. All right, well, let's continue on with the public hearing. Natalie, do we have another participant?
We do. Caleb, I'm going to, oh, you already unmuted yourself, so go ahead and state your full name and address for the record.
Yep, Caleb Croman, 7765 Ranch View Lane North, Maple Grove, Minnesota. Yeah, as I said, I'm Caleb. My wife Lindsay and our 3 children are prospect buyers to lot number 3, and just wanted to just support, you know, give our support to option B, but really any option. Growing up on a farm, I was really afforded those opportunities, and still want to provide my children those same opportunities. I have spent my whole entire life in the agriculture industry. I'm still very involved in the agricultural industry, and I want to provide those same opportunities to our children as well. Growing up on a farm, I lived on a gravel road, and so I very much understand that perception of adding traffic, you know, for additional cars if those 2 lots, and you know, the perception of deterioration of a roadway. So I understand and I get that that thought process. I also have done a lot of research on that as well, and you know, and when you look at a low volume road, local road, according to a lot of the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration standards, a low volume road is anything that's under 400 vehicles on average per day. So I also recognize that Larson Road, along with the roads that I grew up with on my farm, you know, they can support that additional four vehicles. I just, you know, I wanted just to just put my name and response out there. And, you know, I agree with Greg. I love that opportunity to have a 10-acre property out in Corcoran. It's been a dream of us. I also recognize in the packet that there was a number of people that said there was additional cars on that road. And so if you see a silver truck, more than likely that's our truck. It's I've taken my family out there quite a few times because we're just really excited about the opportunity to build a place out there in Corcoran. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right, great. Thank you, Caleb. And, assuming everything goes through, we welcome to Corcoran, and I hope everything works out for you. Okay. Natalie?
Yes,
Do we have another?
we
please?
do. Ray Ehrlich and Eve Knowles are raising their hand.
Okay.
Go ahead and provide your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, this is Ray Ehrlich at 23105 Larson Road with my wife here, Eve Knowles. We own the property on this southwest corner of this, this 40 acres, the original 40 acres. We were the ones that bought the property in 1993. And, since that time, we were fully aware of the 60-foot easement, and we were fully aware that at some point the property to the north would be developed. And so we do support the development of this land. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
All
Natalie?
right. Yeah, at this time there are no more hands being raised. So we can wait a couple more seconds if you'd like, but I don't see anything further.
Okay, well, we still have a lot to do tonight. So if there isn't anybody there, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move, Eric Camp.
Second? I'll
I'll
second it.
second that word.
Okay. Natalie, take your pick. Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing. We'll do a roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak,
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed, and we will go through Planning Commission discussion. So would anybody like to lead off?
I can go if no one wants to.
Commissioner Varenkamp, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My biggest thing is no matter what happens, if it's an easement, if it's a road, if it's two driveways, my biggest thing that I'd really like to make sure were to happen is the property to the west. It would be nice if we would not lose that windbreak of trees, that full windrow from the north to south, from Larson Road all the way up to the back of the property would be great. I was in there, I was on the cul-de-sac this afternoon about 6 o'clock, and a beautiful piece of property, wide open, two big 10-acre parcels. In the grand scheme of the country and stuff, two different homes on that property does make a lot of sense for the present owners and such. It sounds like everything was planned out very, very well, and it's nice to see if it could come to fruition with our recommendations tonight. So again, that windrow on the very western side of the property, it'd be nice if that could be left alone to whoever buys that property to the west would be great. That's all I have.
Okay, and you're talking about lot 3.
Yep, the lot 3, I think the folks were on. It would be nice if that windrow would be left alone. And I see no reason. I think most of it is on the property to the west, but it'd be nice if just that windrow would be left alone. Any trees that are on that property line just be left alone.
Okay. Is that it? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Wu, your questions, comments, discussion?
I don't really have, I think the questions I had were probably addressed by the speakers during the public hearing. I had a little question about some of the comments that I had read. unfortunate that there was some differences in understanding about the existing right-of-way and the dedication of the land. However, I fully understand staff's discussion about safety and for emergency vehicles to access the proposed homes that are going to go in. And so at the expense of adding more paved surface to this country area, I think that having a private drive is what's required here. I don't have any other further comments. Thanks.
Okay. Jim, I got something in my head. If I don't speak it now, I might forget it. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead. I had asked Natalie today to go back. I know that Kendra mentioned it earlier, the Strahler Preserve. And I do remember that was instrumental in our formation or our authoring up a amendment to our private roads. I drove that private road today, went down to the cul-de-sac, and everything looks fine. Natalie sent me the city council approval of that subdivision, the resolution. And Kendra, when you look at that lot on the north side, I'm questioning, when I looked at the resolution, I did not see, I mean, it looks like that north lot has a 60-foot frontage, but there was no variance that was required for that particular lot. At least it was not in the information that Natalie had sent to me. Can you explain to me why? Because the other lots certainly meet the.
I wish I could, but I wasn't in that conversation, so I don't have the information you and Natalie have. And I don't recall off the top of my head, but I would be surprised because that was very much a part of the conversation.
To be fair, what I sent him was the final plat. So would that have been handled in the preliminary? And maybe okay, so that maybe I didn't send you all of the information, Chair. I apologize. And I apologize, Kendra.
I don't recall the specifics. I could certainly get back to you on that. It was a 2016 project and my memory is good, but not that good.
Okay, well, here's kind of where I'm coming from. So we required, or at their option maybe, but they built a fairly significantly long private drive. And not only do they have a nice yellow sign that says private drive, but they also built a monument, a brick monument with a beautiful laser metal sign that gives the addresses as required. It's got wildlife and, and it gives, it says Strahler Preserve. Not that that was required, but we must have given a variance for them to build that northern lot with only a 60-foot frontage. So to be consistent and fair, I think it would be only fair in this situation to maybe extend that same benefit to lot 2, which certainly has a lot more frontage than what happened over in Strahler. And I believe that would be allowed under option B. Is that correct, Kendra? Let me be clear. I am all for requiring the private drive. Putting 3 individual driveways at the end of that cul-de-sac is I think that's a mistake. I'm for doing the 60-foot wide or however wide it has to be down the center of that easement. And so I would have no problem in not require them to go another 70 feet. But to the staff's report, they're absolutely right. There's no reason whatsoever that they couldn't do that. It would not be difficult. I just don't think if we granted it, 150 yards over to the east, I don't know why we wouldn't do that here. Now, here's the thing, Kendra, in the resolution, option A, if we go to 4B, so this would be page 2. So the plans must comply with, okay, the 200-foot minimum lot, that's A. But here's B. The applicant shall provide a private drive access to lot 2 and lot 3. But there's been discussion both from the engineer and I think in your report that said that all 3 driveways should be tied into that easement. So wouldn't 4B require, or should it not say and 23105 Larson Road?
Yes, on option A, it probably should say the same as number 6 on option B. And modify that related to the shared driveway, the private driveway. So one of the differences between A and B is the requirement for a private driveway as opposed to a single shared driveway. So yes, you're correct. That should have been modified once I got the city engineer's memo, which says the Ehrlich lot and lots 2 and 3 should all be part of that shared private drive.
Oh, okay. Now, here's something I would like, commissioners to think about. So with a private drive comes the HOA requirement. And that then involves everybody on that road to share in the maintenance and the plowing and everything else. Now, I will say that the people that own the land in which the easement is, what is their last name again? I'm sorry, I don't.
Ehrlich or Ehrlich, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong.
Now the Ehrlichs here are going to have 2 things happen if we recommend to the city council to require a private drive. One, they're going to have to realign their driveway to connect then to that private drive. Now that's going to involve a little bit of cost. I don't know how much, but who is going to be responsible for that? Because this is something that isn't of their own doing. This is something now that the city is going to require so that the other development could take place. So I'd be interested in knowing who's going to be responsible for the cost of realigning their driveway to connect to the new private drive. Second of all, because they're almost right next to the road, would it maybe be more fair in this situation? Could they be excluded from the HOA? Because why, then they wouldn't have to share in the costs of grading and snow plowing and everything else, a road that goes, well beyond their property. Kendra, so basically somebody pays to realign their driveway and then they're excluded from the HOA requirement.
I think there are some options that the Franzens can explore with the Ehrlichs between now and council, and between council and final plat, depending what the council ultimately decides. There are a lot of ways to set up the shared or the private driveway. And I think the city engineer recommends that the driveways all come off a single curb cut at the end of the cul-de-sac for at least 80 feet, that they're together and then can split off. And so the developer can certainly come up with a program in how those costs are shared that's equitable. As you note, the lots 3 and the Ehrlich's property don't have as much of that private drive to use on a daily basis. So they can certainly come up with different options. And ultimately, I think Greg has expressed some concerns, and I haven't talked to Greg or the Ehrlichs, but if they could not reach agreement with the Ehrlichs about how to make that happen, the council could certainly modify that with the final plat.
Yeah, well, I know I saw the 80 feet and, you know, I paced it off, and you're not talking about just recreating, maybe realigning just a different way to take that right-hand turn. You're talking to go 80 feet out. You're talking a complete realignment. I mean, it's going to go out, and then if they keep their existing drive, it's going to have to cut back this way and then go back. So that certainly will be much more cost to them to do that. And, you know, if that's something that we could say, well, you know, we're willing to, you know, suggest to the city council, maybe the city council will say, no, we're going to require you to do the drive for all 3 entrances, the private drive. This will take off, but we're going to give them leeway from not having to participate or not have to do that until 80 feet. You know, so that's kind of where I would go with that. Kendra, okay, so on that same page, item C, the applicant must comply with private drive standards. Now, I pulled that up. So section 945, subdivision 20, and it talks under design standards 2A, a private drive shall not exceed 2,640 feet. I remember that conversation. Any such private drive with a terminus of 1,320 feet or more from the nearest intersection will be required to provide a cul-de-sac at the closed end according to city engineering standards. So in the staff report and the resolutions, I see where, well, actually it doesn't say in the resolution. So in the resolution, it just says it has to comply. But if I read 2A, I would argue that this easement would not require a turnaround cul-de-sac at the end because it is shorter than 1,320 feet. Now, I didn't measure off what happened over there in Strahler Preserve, but that would make sense that if that's, you know, 1,300 feet, that they would have to be required to do that. But the way this reads, I don't see where it's a requirement. In addition, if you look at the engineer's report, when you get to the section of driveways, there's only 2 items. The 3 driveways should be combined into a shared entrance onto Larson Road and centered within the roadway easement. And then there's something about drainage, but it doesn't say that it requires, that he's not requiring a turnaround. So I think whatever it is we're going to do, we should probably maybe clarify whether or not the commission recommends to the city council, or, you know.
Here's what I would say is I would keep it the way it is, and I'll work with public safety and engineering before the council meeting. Public safety has always required a turnaround at the end of anything longer than 150 feet long. And I believe that's in the fire code.
Okay, so maybe what we have to do in the future is we have to redo that particular item and say, if you have a private drive over 150 feet, it is required to have the turnaround. Because you can understand that if we require this 60-foot easement to go another 70 feet. But wouldn't you have to, would you be able to do that turnaround within 60 feet, or would it have to be somewhat enlarged at the end to accommodate a turnaround?
So if you recall, Nate Karanimi's house and Karanimi Addition are two examples that dealt with it differently than Strahler Preserve next door. Strahler Preserve next door has a cul-de-sac. Karanimi's home has a hammerhead. I believe Karanimi Addition also has a hammerhead. I can't remember off the top of my head. So there's a lot of ways to meet that emergency vehicle turnaround. And I think you're right. The 2A should probably be looked at. I think it's looking at something, trying to accomplish something different there, but I think we can certainly leave the condition as it is and work with public safety before the council meeting. I think what I hear you though wanting to do is kind of a combination of, from you, Mr. Chair, anyway, a combination of A and B. Denying the variance requested for frontage on a private drive and requiring a private drive, but approving the variance for the lot width. So it'd be a hybrid of the two, it sounded like you were going towards.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. That would be an option. Require that they put in the private drive, the full 60 feet, or, the 60 feet all the way to the property line. They have it staked out there. I walked out there. So you're required to go out there. But you give them the variance for the frontage for lot 2. And because we're going to require that they build that, and then require that the lot, that the existing drive be tied into that. But I'm I guess if I was in their shoes, I'd be a little sensitive about what the cost is going to be to me for something that, I maybe shouldn't have been part of. And I'd like to see if there's a way that they can be relieved of the HOA requirement to pay for a road that they're really not going to benefit from. It just doesn't make logical sense to me that they pay for that. But that's kind of where I'm going exactly, Kendra, is a hybrid for both of those. And again, the inclusion of, putting the 23105 Larson Road in, I think you pointed out, it may have been omitted in option A, but it's somehow included in option B. That would be great. So maybe you can help us out, but at this point, I'll leave it to, I think Mr. Shulak, I think you're up next. So please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I learned from others going last. And so I'm leaning towards you, Mr. Chair, and your idea. I think anytime that there's an issue like this, there's a potential for conflict. And I'd just like to see a peaceful resolution for everyone involved and no hard feelings going forward. So thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Varenkamp, do you have any follow-up questions or discussion points?
No, I think you and Kendra hammered it out really nice. Just to clarify, we're talking some hybrid type deal where Larson Road is still a cul-de-sac. And then there would be a private drive off of that cul-de-sac, essentially with 3 inlets to it from the 3 different properties. Is that correct?
There would be, right. So the private drive would be kind of like a collector. And there'd be 3 properties that went onto it and left onto Franzen or onto Larson.
Again, it's not extending Larson as a major, or not a major road, but a gravel road further into the property. It's a cul-de-sac with a private drive with 3 access points to it from the east. They'll say it that way.
Yeah, but again, a technicality is that the engineer is suggesting that none of those driveways can take off of that private drive until 80 feet.
Right.
And so when you sit there at that property line and you pace out 80 feet,
It's a long ways out into the field.
that driveway to the south now, it has to go farther east.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's going to be a whole new roadbed. I mean, it's kind of built up a little bit, but it's going to have to be totally realigned.
I think
at least initially.
I think our engineers and staff can come up with a solution.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you just don't require it for them. The other places, you know, the other two people, you know, I could see maybe requiring it for lot 3 because they're kind of close to it. Matter of fact, they'd be even closer, according to this diagram, than, you know, than the existing driveway. So that would have to go out and, you know, kind of come in a little bit more north and south, if you will. But that's, again, semantic. This ain't what they're proposing. But then certainly lot 2 will be far more than the 80 feet out. So you'd have to, you know, you'd have to look at that. I can see requiring it for lot 3 maybe, unless they seek a variance because of where they're going to put their house. But as far as the property on the south, I think they should deserve a variance from the 80-foot requirement.
I agree.
Yep.
That's all I
Okay,
have.
that's all you got?
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Wu? Where'd she go?
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
I'm sorry.
have any more questions.
Okay. You didn't have any more?
No, did I speak out of turn?
No, I didn't quite hear your answer. So we're just going round 2. So you have no further comments or questions?
I don't think so, no. Thank you, though.
Okay, Commissioner Shulak? You?
None here, thank you.
All right. Okay, has everybody had a chance to read the finer prints of the 2 resolutions? Does anybody have a preference to option A or option B?
Mr. Chair, I do think it's a hybrid, and so the question probably is, do you support the requirement for a private drive? And I think I'm hearing yes. So you would deny that variance, and then do you support the variance for the lot width? And I think I hear you saying yes. So it probably would be a hybrid of option A, number 2 would change, and number 4 would be modified more in line with number 6 out of option B. And I could clean those up in the language before the council meeting if that in fact is the motion is to approve the lot width variance, deny the private drive variance, and modify number 4 in option A to align with option B, number 6.
Okay. And that would then, it would expressly require then that they build a hammerhead or a cul-de-sac at the end of the variance or at the end of the private drive?
Yes, and I will confirm that with public safety in advance of the council meeting.
Okay. And as part of the resolutions, of course, they have to submit the HOA, papers and whatnot. So whether or not there's relief or exclusion of the existing drive from that is not something we have to put into the resolution at this point, do we?
No, I think the applicant and there were at least 3 council members on have heard that. And I suspect that I will be hearing from the applicant about options to move this forward very shortly.
Okay, so just so that we're clear about the support then from the recommendation from the Planning Commission, commissioners, do you support that exclusion for the existing lot, or do you not have a preference? I mean, I don't want my opinion to be the one that goes to the city council for their consideration. I think if we're all supportive of it, it can just be the Planning Commission would support relief for the existing drive, for the 80-foot distance, and for being included in the HOA to share in the cost of the maintenance of that drive, which was not required for them to build their house since they've already been there for a long time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'll make the motion to adopt the hybrid resolution that Kendra has with all of the appropriate comments we've talked. Does that do it for us?
I think so. I mean, Kendra.
I'll second that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll second that motion, sir.
All right, very good, thank you. So to be clear then, we are going to approve option A.
Option A with a modified number 2 to
Okay.
approve the lot width variance, but deny the frontage variance, and modify number 4 and replace it with number 6 from a version of number 6 from option B.
Okay, but so modified, so what we're saying then is that lot 2 would have to comply with the 200-foot width?
No, your number 2 in option A denies both variances. And I think you want to approve the lot width variance for lot 2.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, you're right.
So I'll take part of number 2 from B and part of
Yep.
number 2 from A and fix it up.
And that's,
Okay.
that's the motion I gave Dean, so.
Yep. Well, no, and okay, yep. All right, so we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Variance, seconded by Wu. We'll take the roll vote. Chair Jacobs, aye. Chair Schulak.
Aye.
Chair Variance
Aye.
and Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, it passes 4-0. So thank you once again, everybody, and to those that joined us. If you have any follow-up questions or comments, our professional staff and whatnot, I would reach out to them if you need any clarification. Okay, I'm sorry, I got something in my throat. I'm going to have to mute myself here.
Thank you, Kendra, for crafting that ahead of time. And Natalie, make sure you check her work. Is that a Coors Light in your hand, Dean?
No, real quick, has anybody been watching the Shoreland trial? So there's an attorney that gives commentary during their breaks, and he was on the air. They were questioning him, and he's doing the same thing. He's got Zoom on the credenza right behind him. He's got a bottle of Jack Daniels, right? And I'm laughing at this. I'm going, wow, he's got a full big bottle of Jack Daniels that's opened on the back. And he, so then the judge came back real quick. So they went back to the courtroom, and Then they went back to him. Well, somebody got on the phone and said, hey, you need to get the Jack Daniels out from behind you. So it was gone. Well, in the last 2 days, he's no longer giving commentary. At least he hasn't for the last 2 days. But I thought it was, oh, that's too bad, you know, that happened to him. And so I suppose that might happen in Zoom meetings, is that maybe sometimes people see things that they didn't want to be seen. Okay. Let's move on to, we are on 6C right now for a public hearing on the site plan conditional use permit variance for a new Napa building on the property located 19905 75th Avenue. And I apologize, I should have maybe just offered, does anybody want a quick break? I mean, we've been at it for 3 hours and 10 minutes now. Does anybody need to? Yeah, all right. So should we come back and say 5 or 10 minutes? Is that long enough, everybody? 5 minutes? Okay, so we'll come back into order.
Sounds good.
At 10:15. So thanks, everybody. Everybody back? All right, Kendra, please proceed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an application on behalf of Napa for a conditional use permit site plan and variance for a new retail building at 19905 75th Avenue North. That's the old Corcoran liquor store. The CUP, the conditional use permit, is for automobile retail, tires, batteries, etc., no body work or repair. That's a conditional use in the C1 district. The property is guided commercial and zone C1, which is neighborhood commercial. The building includes a majority of the building for the new Napa space, which the retail and warehouse components, and then 2 retail bays on the north end of the building. As I said, this is the existing Corcoran liquor store site, County Road 116 on the east, 75th Avenue on the south, West Side Tire on the west, and Heidi's Grow House on the north. The property is the commercial property, so this site and West Side Tire are C1, and then the rest of the businesses on 75th Avenue are industrial guiding. This is the current site plan. So as noted in the staff report, the original application from the applicant was a 10-foot setback from County Road 116, which really with the curb ended up being a 9-foot parking setback with landscaping between 0 and 10 feet from the lot line. And we have a 10-foot drainage utility easement adjacent to County Road 16. So I reached out to the applicant and said, you know, variances on this site may be warranted, but we really need to get everything out of the 10-foot drainage and utility easement. And this was last week. So they weren't able to fully update the plan set, but they have agreed to this plan, which does show a 10-foot utility easement remaining free of improvements. So there's no landscaping or parking any longer in this 10-foot easement. They accomplished that by shrinking the building depth 6 feet from 80 feet to 74 feet, and that allowed everything to shift 6 feet north. Because they didn't have time to revise everything, you'll note there's a couple notes in the planning report where we think they comply and we need some revisions, but I'm very pleased that Napa was able to work with us. A 74-foot building bay is pretty deep for a retail bay. Retail bays tend to be between 60 and 80 feet deep. We tend to see more on the 60-foot depth. So I was glad they were able to modify that 80-foot bay down to 74 feet. So the plan continues to have 2 curb cuts on 75th, which it has today, a much larger building than is there today. stormwater management pond on the north side of the site, and a loop road. This is a two-way entrance on the south and an exit only on the north, and we'll talk more about that. All of the existing trees on site will be removed, but new landscaping will be provided with the project. The site is in our southeast Corcoran district. It is, however, outside of the town center, and architecture, there is no specific material standards for architecture outside of the town center for non-residential buildings. We still want to see some of that agrarian prairie style architecture incorporated into residential homes in the southeast district where possible, but no standards beyond the zoning ordinance standards for commercial. So this building is a 27-foot tall building. It's precast concrete with two colors of tan, a light tan and a dark tan that were in your packet. It looks as though there is an accent band here. There wasn't any information provided about this color band. So we've asked for that, a little bit more information about that, but we've got three colors proposed on the building. The setback, or excuse me, the mechanical equipment is not shown. I'm not sure if it will be rooftop equipment or ground equipment. Regardless, the code does require that to be screened. So the architectural plans will need to be updated to provide a little bit more information. There is a trash enclosure in the northwest corner of the site detached from the building, proposed with materials to match the building. The original plans had, as I mentioned, a larger building, and that required 44 parking stalls. They've reduced the building and still are showing 41 parking stalls, which I believe is going to meet the code requirements. We need to get the breakdown of how the reduced space will get assigned to retail versus warehouse to confirm that, but I think the parking is adequate for the proposed building. We do want to see the snow storage areas. We don't want snow storage to just be pushed into that stormwater treatment pond. There are some implications for that, so we want to make sure we've got a snow storage area on the plans. The loading dock is on the west side of the building, and how that would work is trucks would come in that east entrance, drive around the building and then back into that dock and exit out of the west entrance. I understand from the applicant that they do get not only box truck deliveries, which are a mid-sized truck, but semi-truck deliveries on a regular basis, and that's the need for the loading dock. The architectural plans show a potential drive-through on the north side of the building for a future tenant. Drive-throughs are a conditional use permit in the C1 district, and we really need to have information about the business in order to review the details of the conditional use permit for that business. So we are not granting a CUP for that drive-through at this time, but simply noting that a future CUP will be needed in the future. Our code requires 6 stacking spaces. The architectural plans do show that, although those stacking spaces back into the parking stalls. And so it'll be important to determine what that user is and identify some of the peak parking times to try to make sure we don't have parking and drive-through stacking in conflict. But that's an issue for the future. It leaves the option open for the owners of the building. Signage is shown on the architectural plans. The code allows signage only on the elevation where the primary entrance is, only on one elevation. And so in this case, that's only on the east elevation. But we do allow up to 10% of the wall area. So in this case, 540 square feet of signage on that east elevation. The plans are well below that as currently shown. None of the signage on the other elevations is permitted, however. The freestanding sign is 64 square feet and 16 feet tall. That complies with our ordinance requirements. However, our ordinance does have specific standards for the base of such a sign, that it either be a monument or a pylon sign base that is wider than what's shown. So we've included compliance with those sign standards in the draft resolution. I just noted that again, if a drive-through were approved, menu boards are allowed, and we'd need to look though at where those could fit on the site. Again, that'd be evaluated as a future application. Landscaping complies with the ordinance standards for the commercial building. And additionally, because the building itself does not comply with the 100-foot setback from County Road 116, they are, rather than asking for a variance for the building, adding additional landscaping as allowed by section 1060 of our ordinance that allows them to reduce the building setback to 60 feet by adding that landscaping. It would also allow them to reduce the parking setback from 100 feet to 25 feet. That would require, however, another reduction to the building depth. The parking right now is at 16 feet, so the building would need to be reduced another 9 feet from the proposed 74-foot depth. So that's why they're still asking for a parking setback variance. Access, this orientation again, here's 75th and 116. There are two accesses, and the plans from the applicant show changes to those access locations and width. And engineering has reviewed this and noted that these driveway curb cuts have to comply with our engineering detail standards, which limits the driveway curb cut to 30 feet. And these red lines sort of show that exhibit. We are in fact recommending that this western curb cut be a one-way only and therefore be limited to 20 feet wide. And it could flare out at the street though to accommodate turning radiuses for trucks. The applicant was proposing sort of a strange angled access here in an effort to keep, I believe, in an effort to keep this access away from 116. And that's laudable, but it's a difficult turning movement. If I'm coming south on 116 coming in, I almost make a U-turn to get into the parking lot. And so engineering is actually recommending that they move that driveway closer to 116, which is an unusual recommendation from engineering, which suggests how concerned they are about that strange angle. So they are recommending that driveway shift. That would be a full access in and out of the site. And the access on the west would be exit only. So a vehicle, a semi would be required to come from the west, meaning come on 75th, enter here, loop around the building, and then back up to the loading dock. No semis will be allowed to enter from the east and come into the site. And that is because the distance between 116 and this is too narrow for a semi to be able to make that turning movement. And if they try, they would block traffic on 116. And so we want to be very careful about that. So the resolution does include restrictions on those access points. The county has reviewed this and their comments are both summarized in the staff report and attached. They're very concerned about this plan. The county plans are for a 60-foot half right-of-way. There's a 40-foot half right-of-way for 116 now, and they would like 20 more feet. For those of you who were involved in the Southeast District Design Guidelines, you'll remember that we had conversations with Hennepin County during that process saying, look, we have an existing downtown on the west side of 116. If and when you widen 116, you need to acquire additional right-of-way on the east side where we don't have development so that we can center the road in there. And please consider narrowing that road up and taking perhaps less right-of-way. Well, they didn't agree to less right-of-way, but our Southeast District guidelines do include the language that says we'll look to shift 116 to the east in order to protect the existing businesses. The county notes, however, that if they're required to acquire property as part of a county road expansion, their current policy, they say, is to require a 50-50 cost split between the city and the county. And staff continues to remind them that they paid for our Southeast District Design Guidelines to be prepared, so they're very well aware that we want to shift County Road 116. So it's something to be aware of. We feel like we've shifted this, you know, an additional 6 feet from the original proposal. But if the county were to take 20 feet as they propose, that would take 4 feet out of this existing row of parking stalls, which essentially takes that existing row of parking stalls on the east side of the lot. So I want to make you aware of that, but we still feel like that's a long-term issue and that the county's plans could be readjusted to acquire more right-of-way on the east side of 116 and continue to allow the existing businesses to remain, albeit perhaps with very minimal setbacks from that future county right-of-way. Let's see. The municipal utilities were provided as part of the downtown improvement, so those are available to the site. And as I said, the stormwater pond is on the north end of the site. The applicant will need to make some modifications to address city engineer comments and will need to receive watershed approval of that plan. So we do want to make sure that the stormwater pond accommodates all of the treatment, some small amendments there. There is a little bit of an impact on the 10-foot drainage utility easement in this north east corner of the site. But all in all, again, this parking or this entrance would be shifted south. So the parking that is here, some of that may have to shift. But in general, this is the site plan with few changes. Staff finds that the conditional use permit standards outlined in the ordinance have been met for the auto retail use. Again, we are deferring the conditional use permit for the drive-through until a tenant is identified, and then the applicant needs to submit a conditional use permit for the drive-through business. The auto retail is consistent with the types of uses that are anticipated in this C1 district. The parking setback variance is challenging. Variances have a high threshold. The applicant does need to show that the variance standards have been met. All 5 variance standards must be met, and the burden of proof is on the applicant. Again, I appreciate their willingness to adjust their plan from a 10 to a 16-foot parking setback, where 25 feet would be required with flexibility. So I do note that if it was reduced another 9 feet, the building, no variance would be required at all. However, in reviewing the variance, staff does find that with a reasonably sized building and a 15,000 square foot building and in a commercial district on a 1.5 acre lot is not outsized. It is a reasonable sized building. That the size of the site with the 2 frontages does limit the developable area on the site. However, the Planning Commission could find that a smaller building could be constructed, that there is no hardship or practical difficulty because a 65-foot deep building could be accommodated on the site. We do think that there are unique conditions on this corner lot adjacent to a county road, which has significant right-of-way needs. Is an impact for the support of the variance. If that was a side lot line instead of a front lot line next to County Road 116, a 10-foot setback would be required. Granting the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. If you look at the lots to the north of this, they're all at 0 setbacks. So the parking setback for this will be significantly further from County Road 116 than anything north of this between this site and County Road 10. And it is consistent with the commercial uses anticipated in the building. We do recommend that condition, if the variance is approved, that all plans be updated to reflect this new smaller building with a 16-foot setback. So as summarized there, but listed in the staff report, we do find that this the standards for a site plan, conditional use permit and variance in the C1 district have been met. And we do recommend approval of the variance with the conditions outlined in the staff report. However, we did not prepare a resolution for denial. However, we did provide potential findings of fact in the staff report. If the Planning Commission finds that the variance standards have not been met, they should recommend denial of the variance. You could recommend denial of the variance and approval of the site plan and conditional use permit. And what that would mean is that the applicant would need to shrink that building an additional 9 feet in depth, which would pull the parking 9 feet west and comply with setback requirements. So with that, Mr. Chair, I do recommend that you open the public hearing, take public comments, and then move to recommend approval of the request.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kendra. Much appreciated as always. Good job. And I certainly understand that the limitation, I mean, all the information that we had before wasn't of much value. This of course, that was sent, you know, pretty much drove all of my analysis or thinking of it. But I think you did a great job under the circumstances, so thank you. All right, at this point, we will open the public hearing. And again, please raise your hand and Natalie will give us instructions on how you can get on the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you'd like to participate in the public hearing, if you're joining us by phone, please press *9 now to raise your hand. On your computer, you'll be able to access the raise your hand function either by the reactions button along the bottom toolbar of your screen, or some devices, it'll be within the participants tab. We do ask comments are kept at a 5-minute time limit, and I will call on you by name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if I see a hand raised. But at this time, I do not yet see a hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Really?
Really?
Mr. Chair, I would note that Chuck Edwards is here from Kinghorn Construction representing the applicant, and I think he's probably here for questions.
Okay, well, Mr. Edwards, if there's anything you'd like to say in the public hearing portion, please let us know. Otherwise, we appreciate you sticking around if you're willing to answer questions once we begin our own discussion and deliberations.
So Chuck is now raising his hand and no one else is, so I'll go ahead and ask that he be unmuted.
Okay.
And please start
Hello,
with
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, please provide, for the record, your full name and address, please.
Yeah, Chuck Edwards, 3334 207th Lane in East Bethel. And I'm with Kinghorn Construction. I personally don't have any questions. I think Kendra kind of really worked hard on this and with us to kind of get to the point where we're at. I don't have any questions, but I would be more than happy to stick around and answer questions.
Okay, all right. We appreciate that, Mr. Edwards. Okay, Natalie, anyone else?
No, I don't see any other activity.
Okay. You know what, if there isn't any, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Variance.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second that, Wood.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak.
Aye.
Commissioner Varenkamp.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Thank you. All right, we'll go on to then Planning Commission discussion and questions. Anybody want to jump in the water first? How about you, Mr. Sholak?
You got it. I'm here.
Okay,
I'm referring to the map, drawing C3. First of all, I want to say that I think this is just a really good, well thought out drawing and plan for moving the business from the corner there. So on C3, the site and utility plan, one of my comments was already addressed, I believe, and that is the moving of the entrance and exit driveway on what would be the east side of the lot. My concern was that it appears that the main entrance to that to the Napa store would be really, really close to that driveway. And so, you know, maybe somebody coming out straight out the door quickly, or a child or something, would be just about right on the driveway. So if the driveway is moved, then that's no longer a concern that I would have. Secondly, and this is down the road a little bit, I guess, until they find a couple of stores to go in, but the drive-through lane, you know, for the last year now, so many more restaurants and coffee shops have been doing drive-through business, and it's in some cases it's all of their business because they had no indoor seating. So if it's, say, a Caribou or a Subway, now some strip centers that I've seen that do have a Caribou or a donut place or something, to alleviate some of the backlog of traffic, they have the actual payment and pickup windows on the far side of the building, so that helps to alleviate some of the bumper to bumper stuff. My concern with the drive-through lane there is that if there is a backup, and you know, you look at some like this chicken place up in Maple Grove, you know, there's 20 cars around the entire place. But you know, if you only have maybe 4 or 5 cars here, unfortunately, the backup would be blocking the 2 handicap stalls or assisted stalls. And so, you know, I don't know if you'd hear horns beeping or people not wanting to back up or whatever, not being able to back up. But that's something that may have to be rethought with even assuming that the window for that one business would be about midway through that would be the north side of the building. It wouldn't take many cars to block some of the cars from the parking lot there. And my third issue was as a semi truck rolls in from the south and goes north and then west around the building. If you notice the loading dock area, it's a bump out. They show a couple of doors there on the north and the west sides. So I'm guessing that isn't where the truck would back up to, that the truck would go past the bump out of the house or the building, and then it would back up to where the number 26 is on that map. And I'm just wondering if I have that correct.
You do. If you look at sheet A2, I think you can see it a little more clearly, but you're absolutely right. It would drive west of the bump out and then back up into the south side of the bump out.
Okay. Yeah,
And
because
I
I
think
was
you make a
thinking.
great point about that drive-through window. The commission could certainly, you know, make a condition that be shifted to the west side of the building or further on the west side of the north wall to maximize that stacking space.
Right. Thank you. And then, yeah, because I was thinking if the main garage door, loading dock door, were near the walk-through doors on the north and west sides, then that semi is going to have a very difficult time, especially on that corner, trying to back up. But it makes a lot more sense then that it would go, it would back up near the 26, the number. And then there are a couple of parking spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm guessing those would be for employees.
That is my understanding, correct.
Okay. And so I don't know to scale how long a semi truck and trailer would be, but I'm sure that they've taken that into, I hope they've taken that into account, that they would back up. They would need a little bit of room to maneuver that back up there.
Commissioner Shulak, Mr. Chair, the applicant does have his hand raised, so I don't know if he maybe wants to address some of these points that you're bringing up, if you'd like to have him have a chance to speak.
Well, you know what, we'll get back to him.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay, Mr. Shulak, Commissioner Shulak is talking, so I don't want to interrupt him.
Okay. And then the other thing is for those Minnesota snowstorms that we get, that loading dock has to be cleared of snow. And then I've seen them at their current location with forklift trucks and things like that, needing to maneuver pallets of product around. So do we have any idea where the snow would be cleared from that west side of the building?
Mr. Chair.
I mean, Kendra, I think that's a question, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kendra, if you can answer that, please.
Yeah, we don't know. That is a condition of approval that they identify snow storage areas and where that would be. I also want to note there is a turning radius exhibit in the packet. It's right after sheet C8. So you can see a little bit better that movement. It is tight, but I think those tractor trailer drivers are pretty amazing.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Well, that's all I have. Thank you very much. I yield.
Okay. Natalie, as far as the applicant, well, you know, unless a commissioner has a question for them right away, you know, we'll certainly give them a chance to respond after we're done. Jim, did you have a question specifically for the applicant, or were you? Well, I don't think he did, but I just, would you like him to respond to? He obviously wants to offer up some sort of response to what you said.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I don't know how much the question, the builder is going to build the building according to the specs that is allowed by Corcoran and is requested by Napa. So I don't know if my question would be more toward the Napa ownership or the builder, but I'm sure that he'll respond in some way when everybody has spoken.
Okay, well, let's give him a chance right now so that we don't lose this. It might be more time efficient. Natalie, does Mr. Edwards want to answer that question quickly?
Sure. I guess I just wanted to clarify the, you know, the doors on the back of those spaces are obviously just for people to go take trash out and maybe some employee entrances to the potential future retail spaces. And also, once you saw the turnaround drawing for the trucks, you know that dock door is on the south side of that bump out.
Right. Good point. But yeah, I think Jim may have known that, or maybe not. I don't know. But thank you.
Okay.
Jim, does that answer your questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Wu, do you have any questions or comments for discussion?
Yeah, I'm just jotting some notes right now. Kendra, will we get a revised turning exhibit that shows the maneuvering of the semi with an engineer's recommended entry drive relocation? Because I'm looking at that exhibit, and combined with the tighter radii that engineering recommends, which I think has come up on other applications actually, where an applicant has wanted to do a wider turn and our city standard is a shallower turn, like it's a tighter radii. So when they relocate that east entrance drive based on engineering's recommendations, will we get another, or will you get another turning exhibit?
Absolutely. We will require all of these sheets to be updated to reflect the changes in the staff report.
Okay. I'm wondering, because they are doing the reduced setback and adding more landscaping along the setback from County Road 116, will that additional landscaping reduce the visibility for someone? You know, you've got a truck now or a car coming in off 116. They're going to be turning fairly quickly right into the site. And I'm just, you know, I want to see the landscaping, but I'm just wondering, you're so close to 116. Is that a concern at all?
It is. I think we want to take a look at it. What's on the corner is a sugar maple. I think they've done a pretty good job of pulling the landscape back behind the sign at the entry. And it's one sugar maple and then some low shrubs right now. But I absolutely think when we move that driveway, we need to be careful that we're looking at the site visibility triangle and making sure those
Right.
deciduous types of trees are continuing to be located in the back of the site, which is where they mostly are now, is on the north side of the site. But that's a great point, and we will continue to evaluate that.
And just subsequent to Commissioner Shulak's discussion about, you know, a backlog of cars waiting at a future drive-in window, I noticed that the location of the accessible parking spaces and the loading lane, the van loading lane, on landscape plan L1, it's got those located more central, partway between the proposed entrances to the different tenant spaces. And then I think on the utility plan, it shows them closer, further north. So they would be further, hold on a sec, maybe not. I'll just take a look. I thought it showed them further north such that they would be impacted. No, it doesn't.
You're correct.
Okay.
It is on C3, it is wrong. It needs to be shifted.
Oh, okay. Yes, it is. Okay, all righty. And then just commenting about the appearance of the building. I did not review our design guidelines before this meeting, so I may be speaking out of turn, in which case, please stop me. But when I look at the building, I notice that it has you have two bookends to the building, which is where your entrance points to the tenant spaces are. And then you have a long expanse of a fairly flat, monotonous facade. It's single plane, it's similar color tones, and there's not a lot, there's hardly any articulation in that expanse. And when I compare it to the strip building that we reviewed some years ago, where the vet expanded that building area, remember when they upgraded that building? They really did a good job articulating the different tenants And we have a lot of signage, and it just provides some interest as you drive along 116. Now, I know this is a different type of building because it's not going to have that number of tenants, but I just look at that long expanse and the colors that are similar, and it just looks really flat to me. But, you know, I take your word for it that it meets the design guidelines. But in that case, I would say maybe we need to look at the design guidelines and ask for something more. That's my comment. Take it for however. I don't have anything else. Thanks, Dean.
Okay, thank you, Meredith. Commissioner Varenkamp, would you like the mic?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I like Meredith's comments as far as the facade facing 116 and such. Kendra, you had mentioned that the signage is only going to be on the 116 side of the building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the signage is way below the standards for
Correct.
the
It's
Napa
less than what is allowed. Mhm.
for all three tenants, if there are three tenants in here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to help out a little bit. I obviously spend an awful lot of time at Napa. Love the place. Julie and Ron do a great job. Thank you, Chuck, for working with them very, very much. I want to try and help out. And Kendra, let me know if I overstep my boundaries. And I know Chair Jacobs will also. All of the trees and such along 116 and such, they are going to be low. They aren't going to be tall, or will they be tall? Let me say this. We're changing up everything from the Napa store currently all the way to the grow house. There's nothing along there right now. And then all of a sudden this property is going to have a whole bunch of required plantings along 116. Is that what we're looking for? Mr. Chair, your thoughts? I mean, obviously we might want to burn them to hide the headlights flashing on 116, but to add some pretty significant, they say low scape and such, are they going to stay low? And I'm concerned about people leaving 75th there and being able to see traffic coming from the north off of 116. That's what I'm worried about.
I really didn't think, I mean, obviously looking at the landscape plan, I kind of thought, well, this is good. The view though would certainly, but I would imagine that these trees are far enough back where it shouldn't impact your view on 116.
I know we're going to look at that, so.
You know, here's my comment about, what, I mean, there's, the report says that, there's this issue of setback is something that we have all up and down the, north of this.
Yep.
Granted, it's true. But here's, I think, what makes this different and something to think about. This is basically a redevelopment. Everything to the north of this, even, if you look at the Randall construction, there was probably some variances and things I know that we did there. And why did we do it? Because it's an existing building and they had to deal with some of those things. The gas station, Corcoran Crossroads, we probably gave some variance there. Why? Because that's an existing building. They're not redoing, I mean, they're not building new, it's a redevelopment. Now this, currently, it has a building on it, but once you tear that down, this is a new development.
I agree.
If we're not going to uphold our standards, I mean, I don't see the hardship when you've got a brand new lot. You got a brand new canvas to paint something on. Unfortunately, I think in this case, and I don't understand why, and I was going to dwell into it with Mr. Edwards, but I think the problem here is that they're just suggesting building more than what the site can handle, given its uniqueness. Yeah, having a corner lot, having two entrances and things like that. But here's the other point. And we've been told over the years that I've been on the Planning Commission from some notable individuals in our community that one of the things we always need to strive for is that we be consistent, and that we concern ourselves with the precedents we set. And I don't think anything could be more glaring than what are we going to do with the lot right across on the other side of 75th Avenue when they develop?
No, I agree with all of those things.
I mean, are we going to all of a
agree.
sudden give them all this setback relief and everything else because there's a hardship? I don't see that here. I think if I mean, it would seem to me most auto, I've been looking at other auto, Napa sites and the new one up here in Maple Grove, the Auto Zone and stuff. Typically these are standalone buildings and they're not part of I mean, this is basically a strip mall, with these other tenants.
Well, I think what they're trying to do, and Chuck can answer that maybe, is they're trying to add something more, another amenity to the city other than just moving Napa, but bringing in whatever. I don't want to put anything in anybody's mind, a sandwich shop, a coffee shop, whatever they're going to put there. I think it's the start of something new. And I agree with you to not let up on the standards when it's a fresh slate. So no, I agree with that. A couple other things so we can get going. A concern of mine is we've got all of these pine trees on the north side of this property between the grow house and this property. Kendra, you had mentioned they are all going to be removed?
Correct.
Okay. And then the understanding, I think I understand, but why do we need a stormwater mitigation here when all of the other properties out there are all draining into the ditch and the city just got done cleaning up all of this drainage throughout all this industrial parkway and such? Is that absolutely needed per our requirements of that mitigation pond? I'm thinking more towards snow storage and those kind of things. We say we can't push snow into there and such, but it just seems that's a little constricted too. And again, to Dean's point, do we need the two added, a sandwich or a coffee shop, whatever is happening at the north end? Are those needed? Is that what's constricting it? Is a building too big? Those kind of things. Do we need that stormwater mitigation on this 1 point some odd acre parcel?
We do need the stormwater treatment pond. It's a requirement of our water rules as well as the watershed rules. Anytime an acre of land is disturbed, you're subject to those.
Okay. I just trying to help out start the change on our kind of, I'm going to call it commercial roll from 74th all the way up to Bass Lake Road and such. And I think this looks nice. I think the colors scheme and such added to this being two different shades. I think you were saying sandstone and another color close to that and such. I think it's nice along 116. I hope the county understands that. It sounds like we've been crystal clear, Kendra, that's saying they're going to need to get the easement from the east side of 116 and stop asking for it on the west because of all of the existing buildings. So some things I'm thinking about. I see a tremendous amount of trees, and it's kind of hard for me to understand why we've got to remove all of those pine trees on the north side of this property. They're already grown, they're already in, unless it's messing up the ability to put in the stormwater pond. So, that's what it was. The stormwater pond, is that then in this case, is that the city's responsibility to maintain, or is that the property owners to maintain?
It is the property owner's responsibility to maintain the pond.
Same thing as before. Thank you, Kendra, very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, great. Jim, you went, Dean, you went, I guess I'm last. Okay, just a couple of questions, Kendra. Okay, so the applicant has requested approval of a site plan. Can you actually tell me who is the applicant?
Yes, the applicant is, I believe, it's an LLC. Let me tell you, I'll pull it up here. And the contact for the applicant is Chuck at Kinghorn, but the applicant is an LLC. One second. Actually, I'm sorry, the applicant is Kinghorn Construction. And the owner is Julie Ray. I might pronounce it wrong, but Julie owns Napa. So Kinghorn is the applicant.
Okay, so the applicant is the same as the developer then?
They're the general contractor, I believe. Chuck can clarify that maybe, but yes, the applicant is Kinghorn Construction, and I believe they are building the building for Julie.
Okay, so Napa is going to own the property, but it's the developer who's making the application.
Yes, Julie, it says Julie is the owner. It may be an LLC that owns it, but Julie is the owner of the property today.
Okay. Okay, and this is a no-brainer question, I guess, but it was the first thing that came to my mind when I saw, future retail tenant spaces. So I was unclear whether or not that was going to be something that might be added later, but it looks like it's going to be added right away, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I also have extreme reservations about a drive-through for all the reasons previously listed. Can the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council to prohibit a drive-through tenant on this building due to the configuration, size, and congestion, everything else?
Yes.
Okay, so for those Planning Commission members that had that same concern, would we all be in agreement to maybe recommend to the council in whatever, the resolution, the final resolution, to prohibit a drive-through business or drive-through window on the north side of this building?
I'd
support that.
You would not support that? Okay, all right. We'll let go.
And the reason for me, and I don't know if I talked over Meredith, the reason for me is the owner, is the building is also the tenant. I don't think they're going to put something in place there that's going to constrict their ability to do business and such. Jim's comment about the place up on Maple Grove and stuff, I stay away from there because of the traffic and such. Love the food, but oh my goodness. But I think the building owner and the tenant being of the same, they're not going to put something there that's going to constrict them. If I'm saying that right, I'm pretty sure. I know a lot of their semi-traffic and deliveries and such. Many of them are after hours and such. So, in after hours, I mean by that of 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, they do drop-offs, they do those things. There's standard work that happens during the day, a little bit smaller trucks and such, but Julie and Ron have been in our community for a long time running this Napa and such, and they've been a little constricted in the corner parcel that they have. a lot of people in the town use that, use their driveway as a cut through instead of hitting the intersection and such. It's nice to get that Napa building staying downtown, but getting in a different place. And I hope the new owners of that Napa store are able to change that up a little bit to improve the safety on that corner. But I couldn't prohibit the flexibility for Chuck, Kinghorn, Julie, and Ron. And Kendra, you said the last name right, is Ray. I don't think they're going to put something in there that's going to constrict any of their main business, which is the Napa store.
I would say, Mr. Chair, for the record, as they're showing it, the drive-through does not comply with our ordinance standards. So
and I understand that they have to get a variance and things like that. And, everything is a variance in this situation. But I've been stuck in a parking lot because of traffic of drive-throughs. And given that we're already talking about a lot of constraints with the site, I just think, hey, listen, anything else, but whatever, it's no big deal, I guess, in the long run. Here I have a question.
Well, actually, Dean, I just wanted to speak to what you proposed. I actually would support it because I feel that the proximity to County Road 116, while it's somewhat dictated by the site, it's further exacerbated by the size of building they're proposing. I mean, they're reducing the setback from 116 because they're building a bigger building. If they could comply with the 25-foot setback, and that would actually improve the situation of the turning onto 116 from that east entrance. So in some ways, I do support what you're proposing, what you state about prohibiting drive-through, because some of the constrictions that are presented with this site are of their making. Some of it isn't, but some of it is. They could build a smaller building and it would actually improve that situation. They're seeking a variance not to do that.
Right. I couldn't agree with you more, Meredith. Thank you. Mr. Edwards, can you tell me do you know what the average size of a Napa retail store is?
That I don't know. I'm going to say, I think around that 10 to 11,000 square foot, just shooting from the hip. And I think Ron and Julie's goal for their space is about 12,000 is ideally what they want.
Yeah, so see if you would agree with this. And so according to, I mean, I know the building the width of it or the depth of it was decreased by 6 feet, but so if I take the 74 feet and in the original plan, it was 150, that would bring it in at about 11,100 square feet, right?
I'd have to do the math on it.
No, I already did it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, and so right now the building is at 15,200 feet.
Correct.
Now, hypothetically, give me your best opinion on this. So if the development here proposal were to eliminate the two tenant spaces, I mean, I would assume that most auto parts stores in this, I won't even gonna ask the question. If the two retail spaces were eliminated, would it be possible then to put the loading dock on the north side and shift some of the parking? I mean, you wouldn't have to have as much parking, but you'd be able to move some of that parking maybe to the back side or the west side. But would it be possible to put the loading dock, say, in the northeast corner of the building? Do you think that semi truck would be able to pull up along the north side? If
And
you don't know, you don't know. I just,
you know, I don't. And so are you saying if we eliminate the lease spaces?
what's that?
Are you saying if we would eliminate the lease spaces, the tenant spaces?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's more of a question for civil or architectural.
Okay. All right. Okay. You know, as I read through, I guess my general consensus is, you know, there's comments about the building size and whatnot on page 8 of the staff report. You know, when we talk about the parking setback variance, the last sentence, you know, however, a smaller building could be constructed, which would require less parking. It could comply. Industry standards suggest 50, 60 foot deep, et cetera. Again, I keep coming back to the same thing. And I love Napa. Nothing would please me more to see them in a new store in a better location. I just think that in this particular situation, they're biting off more store than maybe what they only need. And at the, you know, just to have a couple of retail spots, we'd all love to see more retail, but I think that the overriding questions that concern me as a planning commission member here is whether or not we're going to, with undeveloped sites, if we're going to start enforcing some of our setbacks to the best extent that we can, and to be consistent with things that we know that are going to come forward development, and most namely that site right across the street. Whatever it is we do here, I wouldn't be surprised if the site across the street doesn't try to do the same thing. So that's all I have. So with that, I was the last person. I think Mr. Shulak, didn't we go with you first?
Yes, sir. I have no other questions or comments.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Variance?
Nothing, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Wu?
No, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have a resolution for approval of a site plan, conditional use permit, and variance for the property located at 19905 75th Avenue North. Does anybody have any suggestions or comments for changes to the ordinance or the resolution as it is written? No? Okay. With that, then, would somebody like to put forth a motion to approve the conditional use permit?
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan as noted in our report here quick. To
Okay.
recommend approval, please, excuse me.
Okay, do I have a second? All right, I'll make a second. Should take a vote. All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, I vote nay. Commissioner Scholak,
Nay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay, please.
and Commissioner Wu.
Nay.
Okay, so Kendra, so there's 3 nays and 1 yay. Is there anything that we need to provide as part of that since we did not approve the resolution?
Yeah, so the motion failed on the 3-1 vote. And so you would typically then make a motion for one of the folks who voted no would make a different motion and take action on that.
You mean so what? Talk about what we would recommend?
So you voted nay,
Yep.
and there was a reason. And so if you could modify this resolution and vote yes for it, what would you do to this resolution? And so that's what I would say. For example, I think I heard you say you would not recommend approval of the variance. So you would modify 6 to deny the variance and require the 25-foot front yard setback as allowed with the flexibility in section 1060. And then you could crib some of my notes or make your own. And then if there were other changes that made you vote no, you could do that. So you would make a motion to approve the resolution to approve the site plan conditional use permit and deny the setback variance, modifying condition 6 to say blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
For example, I don't know that that's what you.
Okay, well, without getting into the weeds about, I mean, I think the staff's, and the engineers' comments about the drives and stuff are fine. I'm not gonna go either way. I guess if I had to say, why I did, yeah, I think we should keep the setback standards because I think the only way they could meet that then would be to make to downsize the building. And I guess that's what I have an issue with here is that I think that these are, the request for the variance is only because they're asking to build a bigger building. And if they reduce the size of the building, I think most of these variances could be handled, as was, I think, noted in your staff report several times. That's the way I feel about it. So
you should, or so one of the other commissioners that could talk about why they voted no, and then someone should make a resolution that you could approve, that you could get a majority to approve.
Okay, does anybody else have a reason or a change that they could put in that they could vote for as a change to the resolution?
If I may, I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that there's any issue of hardship here. I love them as neighbors and as being part of the business of Corcoran. But I think that, like you said, we're setting a dangerous precedent if we don't adhere to the words that are on the books already. And I don't want to see them, I want to see this succeed. And I know that I'm guessing that the 2 other retail places would be for revenue, for rental or something. But I just, I think we're setting a dangerous standard if we don't hold our own citizens to, I mean, the fact is that it could be a smaller building, I think.
Yeah. Well, and again, you can go look at what others, as long as Napa has done all over the Twin Cities. I don't think this is normally part of their their MO, but if these are, if these are, individuals own these buildings outside of Napa corporate, yeah, okay, you want to put on a couple extra income producing things, but that's a business issue, and we're not here to discuss business issues. So I'm going to leave that one alone. But I think that reducing the building size will take care of the variance, and I want to be consistent and fair. So, all right, Meredith. Well, how about you? Do you have anything that you want to bring forth on a change to the?
I agree with. I'm sorry. I agree with both of what you've said. I feel that a reduction in the building size and keeping the 25-foot setback would also assist in alleviating the location of that East Drive in proximity to County Road 116. Not by a lot, but it's still going to help some. And I think that I just have some real concerns with the proximity of that east entrance to 116. So I think that going to the 25 feet, they don't have to do extra landscaping, which I have a concern about the sight lines. They don't need a larger building, and importantly, they haven't proved a hardship for the variance, which is the basis of it. So I'm in agreement.
Okay. All right, Mr. Varenkamp, how about yourself?
I'm just keeping an open mind and such. I like your guys' mindset as far as if we do something here, we do something across the street. There is no hardship or anything. I would go along. I want to assist our local business people. I know this business does an awful lot for our commerce in town here, and I want to help them get to where they want to go. I know there was talk of trying to get another parcel that wouldn't be quite as small, that they'd be able to do some of these things over the past few years, but it wasn't in our plan then. I know council is re-looking at our corridor along 116 and such. I've spent a lot of time with Julie and Ron understanding what they want and such, and this was a second choice of theirs, was purchase this property and make it happen. To the comments about adding a couple more retail places or whatever, they're trying to help the community. Sure, it's revenue, but they're trying to get a coffee shop or a sandwich shop, something going on our downtown. And they're just trying to be good stewards, good owners of a business here in town. And I want to support them any way I can. I know they're almost a regional spot as far as Napa goes. I know a lot of pickups from many other Napa stores, the way Napa works and such. They shuttle parts out from the distribution center to other stores. They rely on other stores for some of their parts and stuff. There'd be a quicker response to our commerce at Westside Tire, at Lithgow, at Phil's Automotive, at ProTech, at Scott and Tony's Repair down there. A lot more availability for parts if they had the extra space and stuff. That's something that Chuck's going to have to take back to Ron and Julie and talk about. If we make the recommendation that they're going to have to conform with building size and setbacks and stuff, that's a decision they're going to have to make. But I do know they're trying to be good stewards and good business people and support our community. And I thought this was a neat thing to do. And yeah, it's a little cramped and stuff, but you guys are right. We do have to kind of put our foot down, so to speak. So thanks.
Yeah. Well, Dean, again, I totally agree with everything you just said, and not trying to be as negative here, and you know, as the planning commission, we need to try to stick up for some of these things. Of course, the city council, they get to maybe move themselves a little bit more on pure emotion. And on that basis alone, I'd love to vote for this every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I just can't on this particular plan with the building that size, do that in good conscience without seeing some of the dangers to it as well. So, okay, well, and so I guess the point is that, so between Jim, myself and Meredith, we would all be supportive of making suggesting to the city council approval of the conditional use permit, site plan, and variance. But no,
Deny the variance.
yeah, but we're going to change it so that we can all vote to agree with it or to give it to the city council.
I think the motion is to recommend approval of a site plan and conditional use permit and denial of the setback variance for the property located at 19905, blah, blah, blah. As
Okay.
drafted, except that item number 6 should say the variance for the 16-foot setback is denied based on the finding that the variance standards have not been met. And then I think you kind of, I'm guessing, you kind of want to take my second paragraph from each of the findings in the staff report on pages 8 and 9 to use as the basis for your findings for denial. Specifically, that a smaller building could be constructed to comply with setback requirements. And that,
Exactly.
and that this is a new development site and the hardship is created by the developer. So I think we could, if you made that motion to say what Kendra said and then voted on that, I could bring that to the council.
Okay. Yeah, it's yeah. Okay. I mean, I know it's getting late. We've all been here a long time, but I don't want to get sloppy with, you know, making sure this gets done right and we're conveying to the city council exactly what our recommendation is. So is everybody in agreement with what Kendra just laid out for us? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So the resolution, then we're going to vote to approve the site plan, conditional use permit, but deny the variance. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Okay. Do I have a second? I'll make the second.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, all those in favor, again, we'll go down through a roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Schulak.
A.
Okay, Commissioner Varenkamp
Yes.
and Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
Okay, good. All right. And, you know, I can't be more appreciative of the fact that our city councilor members take an interest in us and they are sitting here putting in the same hours we are. So none of what we're talking about will go lost to them when they think about this. And I'm, you know, we're all hopeful that, you know, Napa doesn't walk away from this because of our recommendation, but it's ultimately to the city council, and I'm sure they'll use good wisdom and fair judgment in their decision. So thank you, everybody that was involved. Mr. Edwards, thank you very much, and we will move on. Have a great night. Okay, item 6D, table to the May 6th meeting. Kendra, you are going to present the item, and then we're going to take a vote to table the meeting to May 6th.
Yes, I received a call from the applicant yesterday, and they asked that this item be tabled so that they can work with engineering to better understand the conditions that engineering attached to the approval, and ask that it simply be tabled to the May 6th meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we don't need to open anything up. I'll take a motion to table this to May 6th.
We'll move there, Kemp.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it, Wood.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Scholak,
Yay.
Commissioner Behrenkamp,
Yay.
and Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
Okay, item is so tabled.
Kendra, Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, Kendra, they're not running up against any timelines or anything, no deadlines, no issues there.
No, we extended their 60-day review period, and that goes through the end of June or beginning of July. I forget. We have plenty of time to work through the process.
Thanks.
Okay, let's move on to item 6E. Variance request for Rominga property located at 6433 Blue Stem Circle. Before we start, I would like, do we know if they're even online anymore?
Yes, Ryan Conrath messaged me that he was the neighbor wanting to speak, and he is online.
Okay, well, I was out there today and I spoke with Pamela, the owner, and she has a couple of, they have young toddlers, young kids. And I know that they were going to try to stay up, but it's now 11:35, and unfortunately, I should have maybe thought ahead of this. And oh, there they are. Hi. Thank you for staying with us. I should have maybe recommended that we put you at the front of the line here, but obviously you're still here, and I thank you for that. So with that being said, Kendra, you have the floor, and we'll anxiously await your presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a variance request for a rear yard setback for a 4-season porch, house addition, and a deck. The property's guided low-density residential and zoned PUD, planned unit development. This is a new home in the Ravinia 3rd edition. The home is on a cul-de-sac and abuts wetland, and the homeowners are requesting a variance to allow approximately 15-foot rear yard setback where 25 feet is required. This is the site and wetland in the rear yard that the lot overlooks. Again, in Ravinia, you're all familiar with Ravinia. The applicant is requesting approval for a 14 by 14 4-season porch, which is a building addition. We call it a porch, but it's just a building addition because it's an enclosed space as opposed to a deck, which is treated differently in the building code and in some portions of our code. So it's a 14 by 14 4-season porch and a 14 by 24 foot deck. The setback varies from 15 feet at the porch and to 22.4 feet setback for the deck. Again, where 5 feet is required. And you can't say north and south because it's a bit at the angle, so it's a little bit confusing. So just for a point of reference, because it gets hard to see on here, the blue is the porch and the yellow is the deck. This is the cul-de-sac at Blue Stem Circle. The pink lines are the building setback lines. You can see that the house is shifted back further from the front yard setback than is required. So when it was built, it was shifted back. I think in part because it's a fairly steep driveway, but in any case, it was shifted back to that setback line, pretty close to that setback line. There is a drainage and utility easement in the backyard, but the deck and porch as proposed do remain outside of that 10-foot drainage and utility easement here. This was in your packet. This is an example provided by the applicant of the addition they would like to add on to the house. And this was our big night for variances. I don't know if we've ever had this many variances on one evening. But again, the variance is difficult to get because the city has a high level of discretion and the burden of proof is on the applicant to show compliance with the 5 ordinance standards or 5 variance standards in the ordinance. That there are practical difficulties and practical difficulties is sort of a 3-pronged test about reasonableness and uniqueness and essential character that's being tested by these 5 standards that are in our ordinance. So are there practical difficulties in complying with the ordinance? The applicant built this home and the home was built with a sliding glass door on the rear of the home, which does seem to require some exit in order to utilize the backyard. But the home was selected by the applicants as one of the many hundreds of possible approved home plans in the Ravinia development. Setbacks were established in Ravinia, and as the chair and Commissioner Wu know, there was a lot of discussions about setbacks as part of the Ravinia development. And they were established to protect natural resources and ensure a uniform and safe development. And so the developer in particular, but the developer and the landowner have some responsibility to ensure that the home selected fits on the lot. The design selected by this applicant for this lot does not allow a deck off of the sliding glass doors. And it is a self-created situation. However, there is some practical difficulty if we were to say there's nothing that could happen off of that sliding glass door. Certainly a smaller deck could be built to provide access to the backyard. It is staff's opinion that a 4-season porch is a home addition and should meet the required setbacks, that the porch is a different circumstance than the deck. And we do have a different section of our code that agrees with that. In our wetland ordinance, we do allow decks and patios to encroach into the wetland setback. Structures cannot, but they can. And so if the Planning Commission, felt that there was some practical difficulty, the commission could find that a deck encroachment might be a reasonable alternative to address a practical difficulty if you so find that there is a practical difficulty. The wetland buffer standards allow decks to encroach 6 feet into the required wetland buffer. Second, you need to find that the conditions for which the variants are based are unique to this parcel of land and were not created by the landowner. Again, like our previous discussion, this landowner selected this lot and selected this home. And so it is very much a situation that, yes, it's a wedge-shaped lot that backs up to the wetland, but there's a lot of lots like that in Ravinia, and this is not unique to this lot. Part of the applicant's argument is that Lennar did not do a good job of explaining what the survey was showing, and they weren't aware that they had a setback in the rear yard. But again, the applicant selected this site and the house, and it is in fact the very definition of a self-created hardship. 3, you need to find that the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. Certainly, it's true that there are decks and four-season porches in the backyards, but staff argues that granting the variance will alter the essential character if it allows encroachments into the setback that are not consistent with the PUD, and as the chair mentioned before, opens the door to a variety of other setback variance requests in this development. The proposed variance you need to find would be in harmony with the purposes and intent of the ordinance. And the purpose of the PUD is to allow specific flexibility in exchange for benefits. And the setbacks were very much negotiated with the developer as part of this PUD. There were reduced setbacks for a number of situations within this development, and compliance with that seems reasonable. The setbacks are established in the rear yard to ensure that homeowners do have usable rear yards and maintaining green space for the development and the community as a whole. Lastly, you need to find that the variance is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And certainly these types of additions onto homes are consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's a difficult circumstance because there really are no practical difficulties, and there is absolutely nothing that's unique about this site. But certainly it is a situation where there is some challenges if in fact Lennar is not doing a very good job of providing information to applicants. As the landowner, you certainly bear that responsibility, but if you look in your packet, you can see correspondence where they were talking about a future deck, and at no time did Lennar say that there wasn't room for a deck in the backyard. The setback is clearly shown, I think clearly shown on the plan, but to a novice who doesn't deal with construction plans, perhaps it wasn't as legible as one would like. So while I generally tell you not to negotiate a variance at the public meeting, I do think that this is a unique circumstance in that sense, in that I think Lennar did not necessarily provide all of the information that they should have to the applicant. In that this variance standards are not met, but we do note that the code allows decks to encroach 6 feet into a wetland buffer. And while that doesn't specifically apply here, I would say that it would not be unreasonable if the Planning Commission was sympathetic to the landowner's plight to allow a deck to encroach into that setback a similar amount. And so, for example, that would allow an 11-foot by 20-some foot deck, 11 by 34 foot deck on the back of the house. It would not allow the four-season porch, but an 11-foot deep deck is a very reasonably sized deck. We approve a lot of decks that are less deep than that, and would meet a 19-foot setback from the property line, and at least would be consistent with what is in the wetland buffer ordinance. Again, the challenge is the commission needs to find that the 5 variance standards have been met. If all 5 are not met, you cannot recommend approval of the variance. Again, I'm sympathetic to the unique challenges for this homeowner, and I have reviewed it with the city attorney. We feel that the variance standards are not met, but if the commission felt that the wetland encroachment was a reasonable consideration in this case, they could recommend an alternative for the applicant to consider, which would be approval to allow a 6-foot deck encroachment into the required setback. So I do have, and of course, thirdly, I did not provide this resolution. If you truly believe that the variance standards have been met, you could modify the draft resolution for approval. What staff has provided is a resolution for denial of the variance and a resolution for approval to allow a deck to encroach 6 feet into the required 25-foot rear yard setback. So with that, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer questions. And as you said, I know the applicant is on the line at this late time. This is not a public hearing, though.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kendra. Well, yes, I think what happened is unfortunate. I don't want to get into, but the emails I think are pretty telling that the owners obviously had talked about decks, and regardless of picking a house that was too big, I mean, I think there are certainly some issues with saying, well, they could have picked another floor plan, but in a cul-de-sac, do you want to be the smallest house? Those lot widths were designed, and most of the stuff we were doing when it came to negotiating with Lennar really didn't have anything to do with depth. It had everything to do with width and setbacks. And because the wider the lot, the bigger the house. That was just the standard train of thought. So in this situation, they bought into an addition that, okay, in this cul-de-sac, we have these kinds of lot widths, and therefore these homes will fit. When it came to the depth, I think it should have been incumbent upon them. I did talk with the owner today, Pamela, who seemed to imply that they did everything they can to be informed when they bought this. They thought that, they saw the line back there and they thought, okay, there's room. But when those emails came out talking about, headers and things like this, and Lennar did not bring this up. I mean, you're 2 feet away at the corner. I think that was really truly a shame. So I have a lot of sympathy for this situation, and I only hope that maybe we as a planning commission, Lennar as a developer, that and the city council, that we all maybe come to address this in future development problems, which is kind of why I asked the question of Trek today, because I just couldn't make sense of it, thinking, well, are we going to be talking about the same situation? But with that being said, Kendra, I kind of agree with the idea that we allow them to build a deck, that we grant the variance so that they could go 6 feet into it. And I thought when I went there that we were talking about a wetland, a setback from a wetland, when in fact this is not, because when you look at the property, it looks all like the same wetland, but actually that little triangle, that's a storm wastewater retention pond. So most of their yard, there's only one corner where they actually touch the wetland delineation. Otherwise, everything else it has nothing to do with the wetland as far as encroaching upon it. So, Kendra, from a technical standpoint, now when you look at the plan that they had drawn up, I noticed that the 6x6 posts are all at the perimeter edge of the deck. So, when they say they were going to come out 14 feet, that's because the deck, the flooring did come out 14 feet, as did the posts. So the posts would be the physical attachment to the land that would be 14 feet. Your recommendation or an option for the planning commission to recommend to the city council is that we allow 11 feet. Is that correct?
Roughly, the idea would be to allow, yes, 11.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's just use that for all practical purposes here. So we're going to allow them 11 feet. So in the way this deck was designed, that would mean that they would put a 6x6 post no further than 11 feet, correct?
The structure of the deck would need to be 19 feet from the lot line. Yes.
Okay, here's kind of what I'm thinking. The code may or may not, but I know that it is with my deck. The code, my deck has a 2-foot overhang from the 6x6 posts that support it from underneath. So in this situation, if we're going to say that, you can't put a structural post any greater distance than 11 feet from the house, but code will allow you to have up to a 2-foot overhang. So basically they're going to put deck boards in air. That is not going to have a physical attachment directly beneath. So if they could go 13 feet out, but the deck supports are only 11 feet, would that be permissible? It would give them at least a little bit more to the area that they were thinking.
I don't believe so, but I will need to confirm with the building official. I think setbacks are measured from the structure. I don't believe we allow an overhang, but I will confirm that before the city council. I am not certain.
Okay, all right. So I might offer that up as a way for, again, to try to comply and still allow that to happen. Okay, so my next question is, so, here we have a deck. And here's kind of what it might come down to. We have outbuildings, right? And we require a 2-foot eave on an outbuilding, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we talk about the setback of a building, that means that the structural point of the wall or the posts that create that wall, that's where we measure the setback from. We don't measure it from the eave above.
Well, that's true, but if you're standing on a deck, it's not an eave. That's why I think a deck is different. You are correct. We measure the building from the foundation, but I actually believe we measure the deck from the railing, from the.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to point that out.
But you're right.
Okay. So here's the thing. So if we say you can build a deck, regardless if it's 11 feet or 13 feet, so that you can utilize your patio door, and it would make sense that they would run it down to the end and then put their stairs, kind of in a thing like they've got designed. And I agree 100% that a 4-season porch is nothing more than a building addition, and that would be wrong. I don't think that is something that we want to venture into. However, what you're going to have a deck. I recently have a friend who ran into a situation with a neighbor up on the lake place where they wanted to build a 4-season porch on top of an existing deck. Tear off the deck, put a 4-season porch in. But as a landowner on a lake, Kendra, you know that sometimes you can't encroach upon this, right?
Right.
So, but in this particular instance, what they said was you can't put a 4-season, because that would be a building addition. However, you could put a 3-season porch. And that was identified then as being different. Now, this guy, because I know him, and because he's my friend, my neighbor, and it's just a relative.
I can already tell it's going to get shady, Dean.
Oh yeah, well, he already said, well, I can build the community's going to allow me, or they're going to allow me to do the 3-season porch, but I'm certainly going to plumb in the heat as soon as it's done, and it'll be 4-season. All right, that's about as shady as it gets. But I'll get to the point. What would be the issue with them being able to put on a screen porch, because one of the things that they wanted to do here as part of the original plan was then put a patio down below this, and they were talking about stringing down those screens to make a screen porch. And so now I'm thinking, you know, it's not a livable area. So does it really matter if we allow you to build a deck this far out, whether or not you got posts up and you just simply put a roof on it and screen around the windows?
Well,
So
it
would
does,
would we allow them to put a screen porch off that and not just the deck?
Well, I mean, you're asking for a variance, you can decide what you want to do. But if you agreed that a deck is using that wetland buffer encroachment as the reason for the variance, a deck is an uncovered platform, unenclosed, uncovered platform with no roof. And that's a pretty typical definition for exactly the reason you're saying. If I allow a 3-season porch, I just better assume it's a 4-season porch because it will be soon.
Yeah, well, but what I'm talking about is a screen porch, not a 3-season porch.
But this, I've seen many of those terms. So in our code, we do treat them differently. A deck is treated differently than because it prohibits roof. And if it has a roof, it's treated as a structure in terms of the setbacks.
Okay. All right, well, you know, maybe that's an issue that if the applicant wants to bring up with the city council, you know, it'll be interesting since, you know, 3 of our city councilors live in this neighborhood. But again, maybe just in this one particular case, it might be a concession that maybe we could all live with, given that I really don't think this was entirely of their own doing. And because, you know, we allowed that lot to be developed as it was, or but I would fully support the option to allow them to at least build a deck and encroach upon that. So let me see. I don't think I have any other questions. So I will turn the floor over to Commissioner Shoreland.
Mr. Chair, I do hate to interrupt. Just a reminder that we had reserved the public comment opportunity at the beginning of new items to after Kendra's presentation, and Ryan Conrath has been on the call the entire time to make that comment. He is raising his hand. If we could allow him a chance to speak.
Okay, very
Perfect.
good.
Thank you.
Mr. Conrad? Mr. Conrad.
Good evening. Appreciate you guys doing this. It's been a long night, that's for sure. So I'm Ryan Conrad, 6421 Blue Stem Circle. I am the neighbors directly to the south of Pam and Andy. Yeah, as far as who would be affected, we would probably be the neighbors most affected by this if a variance was granted, because our view would look northwest into their deck. And I'm in favor of allowing the variance and allowing them to do what they want to do. You know, when you talk about the lot depth and that Lennar has hundreds of homes, their home is one of the depth-wise, one of the shortest depth-wise homes compared to the rest of the homes in the cul-de-sac. It's not like they could have picked a home that was 2/3 the depth. There's just not those floor plans available. So that, and then I didn't see the email from Lennar until tonight when I was looking at the commission notes, but I mean, it's pretty clear they were asking about a deck, and at no point did Lennar say anything that you can't have it, or let's put your door on the side of the house so you can have an exit on the side of the house instead of the back of the house where you can't even put a 4-foot landing to get out and have stairs. I mean, that's pretty code-wise, it's a pretty clear thing that they should be talking about, right? If it's an exit. So anyways, my point is we're their neighbors who would be most directly visually impacted by the situation. And we are all in favor of the city approving this variance for Pam and Andy. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Conrad, thank you very much for your comments. And again, the commission apologizes for the length of this meeting, and thank you for your patience.
Not a problem. We got little girls just like they do too. So we're time for me to go to bed.
All right. Is there anyone else, Natalie? At this point, I don't think it'd be, I think it's only fair to allow would the applicants like to address the commission here before we get too far? There you are.
Hey.
Hello, Pamela. And sir, you were working hard today. I guess she works out of the house, but
Yep.
so I didn't get a chance to meet you, but
Yes.
welcome. So
Yes, thank
you have anything you'd like to say to the commission at this point?
So initially just want to say thank you. I know really appreciate support from Kendra throughout the process. I've been emailing back and forth with her for like 6 months. So trying to learn about the variance process. So really appreciate the support from Kendra, and then obviously really appreciate yourself, Dean, coming out and looking at our lot and the situation that we have, and the rest of the planning commission of reviewing and looking at this and giving us some recommendations for how we can move forward. So appreciate that. And I think Pam was going to maybe say something.
I'll keep it pretty brief because having been very new to this topic and process, this is my first time, and I didn't know it'd be so long. So I don't want to keep anyone up much later than where we're currently sitting. But I did want to emphasize that our perspective is that we genuinely love our home and our community, and want to protect the integrity of it. We understand now very clearly that our lot has challenges, and we want to work within those challenges in a way that unlocks value for our young family. I think it's also just worth clarifying that, and I think this was mentioned, the map makes it look like the storm pond is the wetland, and that the actual wetland buffer is the really tiny corner of the lot. And when we originally actually went down the path of proposing the Four Seasons and the deck, we wanted to go the opposite direction, and realized that it'd be better to go the opposite. And so all this to say, we want to be flexible and do what's right for the community and for our lot. Clearly, you've laid out some of the pieces that I wanted to emphasize earlier, which is just that we signed a purchase agreement without a clear understanding of this challenge. And if you were to look at the survey that we received at our closing, even, it didn't have that really clear red line where the building setback line was. And so, I mean, hindsight being 2020, I think I would ask a lot of different questions if I were to ever to move. I hope I never do, because we love where we're at. But thought I would just highlight a handful of those things. We're obviously open to continued dialogue. We stayed on this call because we wanted to hear the conversation, be here to answer any questions. And so I would just close by saying thank you for your time and consideration. We'll absolutely be engaging with the city, with Kendra, and whomever else has questions after this as we pursue whatever the appropriate next steps are.
Okay, well, thank you. And if you want to hang on the line in case there's any other questions that the commission would have, we'd be glad to have you join us and answer that. So, Natalie, anyone else?
No one else notified me, and I don't see anyone trying to raise their hand. So I think we are good to go.
All right, so let's continue then with the commission discussion and questions. Mr. Varenkamp, do you have any questions or comments?
Commissioner Shulock was first in line there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Floor is yours.
Thank you. In a previous life, before the Planning Commission, even though I've been a couple of time, 2-3 time home buyer, home owner, I wouldn't have known what a variance was or what a setback or setback lines. So I can understand if someone isn't really knowledgeable about those things. I'm looking at the last map in the 6E packet, and it shows the lot and where the setbacks would have been. So there's the two lines out by the street, or between the house and the street. If the house were to have been put in what I'm guessing was the original plan for the original setback, which would be the one closer to Blue Stem Circle, that would also affect the distance between the corners of the house and those lot lines. What is the minimum that those distances could be and still be okay?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, is the question what's the side yard setback?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 10 and 5, so 15 feet between buildings. So right now it's showing a 15-foot setback to the, what I'll call the east, and a 18-foot setback to the west.
But on the front of the house, if the house were moved closer to the circle, then those 18 feet from each corner would also get smaller.
Correct.
And so the minimum there would be what?
On the west side, I would say 10, and on the other side, say 5, or flip it. It could be either way, but 5 on one side and 10 on the other.
I'm thinking that if the building would have been built the way that the setbacks are drawn here, that they would have had enough space off the back of their house to build the proposed deck and even apply for a 4-season porch variance, I'm guessing. So if, and again, I don't consider myself naive or anything, but I wouldn't have thought to ask when I bought this property in Corcoran, what's my setback from County Road 10 or anything like that. So I'm saying that if they were uninformed or duped or ill-informed about where the placement of their house was, and to make matters worse, the builder had even talked to them about the potential of putting a deck on and didn't say anything, then I could consider that a major hardship on behalf of the applicants for not knowing everything about the house and the property that they were buying. That's all.
I would agree with you, Jim. Is that, you have anything else?
No, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Varenkamp?
Yeah, just in the interest of time, I'll try and get a couple of questions in quick. Kendra, this is probably the $1 million question. How many other parcels in Ravinia are going to be like this? Have you had a chance to look or not?
You know, I hesitate to guess. I would hope that this was a one-off and that generally Lennar works with homeowners to make sure that they're planning appropriately. But I talked to Paul Tabone today, and I happened to be at a City of Rogers Planning Commission meeting last year or 2 years ago, where they needed an amendment to that subdivision just north of Corcoran because they had a lot of deck variances that were not getting approved. So they had to ask for a PUD amendment. So I don't know. This is the first one in Ravinia, and Ravinia is almost built. So I feel like usually the system must be working. I hope it means the system's been working, but
I just one thing that I look at, Kendra, and I'm looking at the satellite view of this cul-de-sac, and I did drive by and look at it. The folks kind of on the same, or not kind of, but on the same cul-de-sac at 6430. blue stem circle. So 2 houses to the right of, it looks like that property has the same constraint in the back, but there's kind of an offset patio kind of behind the garages and such. So I see that as conforming. I obviously don't have the dimensions and such, but then when I really scan Ravinia and the overview and stuff, I just see a whole bunch of things that can happen. So again, in the interest of time, we should probably research that, but I like what Chair Jacobs was talking about as far as planting or giving them the ability to put a deck out back and going into that setback to 19 feet. So an 11-foot patio, is that what we were talking about? 11-foot deck deep and such. I have no problem with that. But we just got to be prepared. I mean, we've been talking about not giving variances and stuff all night and such, and we're going to do it on one. Was very nervous about Trevino when that came in front of us, and we're going to be real careful as we approve all of those parcels. What are the setbacks? What is it going to get us when people start wanting to put decks and 4-season porches out their backyard? We're going to have to note this, but how many homes are in Ravinia? 400 and some, 500 and some, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see just a general 50 of them are going to come for variances for doing something like this. So yeah, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, well, but I think, Kendra and Jim, it's as I was out there today, I'm thinking the exact same thing. I'm thinking, if you do this once, everybody might come piling in, but Kendra's right. I couldn't think of another time when this has happened. But if you don't stand up and say, yeah, we're just not going to grant these, are you giving developers an incentive then to continue to let's just call it short sell the lots?
Right.
And just say, yeah, if you go in and get a variance from the city, they'll give it to you because they always do. And that's, I think, what we have to guard against. And I think the applicant, as I talked with her today, I think she understood that. And certainly I think they expressed that they just want to do what's right for the community. And I appreciate that, but let's hope it doesn't happen again. And maybe we need to be just a little bit more diligent about, these things.
If I may interject this part, looking again at the emails about the deck ledger boards. Okay, the people, the buyers knew that they wanted to have a deck ledger board. They obviously talked to the builder about it. The builder said that we don't install those. Now, how much did the builder know at that point that they couldn't have a deck on their house? And so the people obviously brought it to the builder's attention. And maybe that's, I don't know, but maybe that's the reason why they don't put deck ledger boards on. Because they know that they can't have a deck there, but they don't tell the people that. I don't know.
Well, I think, Jim, that the answer, the reason that the sales rep for Lennar gave was that they don't do it because they don't know exactly where the location or the size of it is going to be. It didn't have anything to do with, well, maybe you can't. I think it was, their answer was, it was just because they don't know where, they don't know where and what size, which makes sense.
And I can again argue that they know exactly where the patio door was going, or the sliding door, the deck ledger, a standard one to go on 2 foot either side. I mean, it's going to come out there, and I would have asked the same thing. And it just, I really think, and I think, Kendra, you said you've been talking with folks at Lennar. Did you say that?
I did.
Okay, so are they doing anything to help out this property owner and such?
Well, yeah, my conversation was more, so Lennar's a national builder and they have silos like any big corporation. So I work mostly with the development team, Paul Tabone and Joe Jablonski on the front end. You've met them. Once the project gets approved, there's a construction crew who's in charge of making sure the site stays clean and the houses get built, and a sales crew. There's probably more than that. But I've talked with Paul, and he is certainly, the development team is not responsible. They don't deal with the salespeople. That's a different group, but I've shared our concern that when we approve a plan, you know, we think it's the developer's responsibility to make sure that if we have a sliding glass door, it's not at the setback line.
Right.
And Paul understands that. He shared that. He tells me he shared that with his team. I'm not sure what more we can do beyond that. Again, I tried to come up with a compromise because I think the email suggesting a deck is compelling. And so I looked for something in our code that might allow us to do that. I do think decks in our code are different than 4-season porches. And we need to continue to work with Lennar and other developers to make sure we're planning lots that are big enough for how people live.
So the other question I was having was, is there a possibility of out the sliding glass door, some type of area and then stairways down to a patio? And then is that patio limited in size then too, if there's no footings, no moorings, no nothing put in? Is that limited, or they could do something ground level out there?
Yeah, at grade, we're a little more flexible for patios. They still technically are supposed to meet the setback, but for example, we know there's a lot of fire pits that are out there that are hard surfaces that don't meet it. So we tend to be a little more flexible because those don't always require building permits.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wu?
I'm open to the idea of allowing the deck to be constructed in the 6 foot, to encroach 6 foot into the setback. Understanding that it's kind of applying a similar situation, but it's not something that I would want it to be made clear that this is not something that is an easy substitution for other homeowners to try, and another avenue for other homeowners to try. I think that this is I can see that that they have not met the variance standards. The owners have not met it, but there's more to it than that. And we've heard about it. And we don't know the circumstances firsthand because we weren't there, but here we are. So I'm open to that. But I also have the same reservations that other homeowners may try and seek the same avenues to build something. And I would say that this decision applies to this situation only, and that it's not going to start a trend.
Okay. All right, wonderful. Well, let me, does anybody else have any follow-up, second round? Jim? Okay, please.
I guess I just would like to know, because I just measured it here, why this building wasn't built on the very first setback. Because if that, I would like to find out from Lennar why this particular house on this particular lot was not built properly. I would, as a homeowner, home buyer, I would not have thought to look at this. And I don't know, maybe the homeowners right now, maybe this on this particular map, maybe this is the first time that they're seeing these other setbacks. And so it comes out to 5/16 on map scale. that if it were moved closer to the house to the very first setback line, the entire deck that they have planned of 14 feet would fit perfectly on this lot. And with the builders having knowledge that the people wanted to have a deck, and presumably the builder knowing that they can't have a deck, I just think things aren't adding up right now. But thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Commissioner Varenkamp, any follow-up? Okay.
No, thanks.
All right, so we have the professional staff recommends denial of the rear setback variance for 6433 Blue Stem Circle. However, in the conclusions up above, they're sympathetic, or they, you know, I think as we most all are, you know, using the deck and patio encroachment to 6 feet is a way to justify allowing them at least an 11 by 24 deck. Before I say another word, Kendra, if they want to put a patio, a concrete patio on the walkout level. So let's assume this summer they build this deck. Or they want to put in that concrete patio. Are they going to have to go through all this again? Or should they maybe amend their application to include a deck and a patio?
You could, well, patios and decks are treated the same, but you could change, if you approved the second, recommended approval of the second resolution, you could say on item 3, the variance to allow an uncovered deck / patio to encroach 6 feet in. And that would just grant that without question.
Okay. Does anybody have an objection to doing that so we can save them the hassle of going through this next time?
Or, Mr. Chair, are you talking about the walkout level being landscaped?
No, just putting a concrete patio underneath the deck.
Okay.
With the same constraint of 11 feet.
But then yet they could still do landscaping and such, shrubs and those kind of things to border it without questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm for that.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Okay, so Kendra, let's include that. So let me go on. So the alternative resolution to approve a variance for the property located at 6433 Blue Stem Circle.
Blue Stem.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and add that. Does everybody feel comfortable in recommending to the city council this resolution?
Would this resolution grant them the variance?
Yes.
For deck and patio only.
For the deck only, right, Kendra?
Right.
This is written to allow them to build a deck.
With a 6-foot encroachment into the rear yard setback.
Yeah. Me personally, I support this, but I might ask the city council for at least a screen porch. I don't draw the difference between a covered and an uncovered deck. That's like saying, well, then you can't put out, maybe a trellis or something. I don't understand it. Living space is living space, but a screen porch is not living space. But let's let them handle that if they wish to pursue that. at this point, we'll agree with the staff to allow the deck. Does anybody want to add any other changes other than adding the concrete patio to this resolution? Anything else? Okay, so a resolution to approve a variance for the property. If we're ready to take a vote, Kendra, you've got the alteration for the city council. I'll make a motion to approve this variance. Do I have a second?
I'll second, as long as Kendra smiles or something. She just has a concerned look on her face.
No, good.
All right, I'll second it.
It's her dog sitting at home wondering, where's my food?
Yeah, good morning, Mom.
Well, I tell you, okay, here we go. I'm on the right one here now. Okay, so we have a first and we have a second. Roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, aye. Commissioner Scholak?
Aye.
All right, Commissioner